All right, what it is, what it is, what it is, what it is, what it is. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, people? This is Chief Kalinago Flying Eagle here with another build. Just wanted to do a little intro, give, some people some time to tune in. You know what I mean? Of course, we live multi streaming on Facebook and YouTube at the same time. Do me a favor, please. You could share this link on your respective platforms. And this evening, we're going to do part 2. We got a lot of reading to do. Like I said, this book is about 600 pages. So we did part 1 last night. All right. But before I get into anything, I want to acknowledge the great spirit, universal intelligence, the great I am. What people call God. Definitely want to acknowledge the essence. Want to honor my ancestors, of course. Without them, I wouldn't be here because they are my link. They are my umbilical cord to the other realms that we are seeking knowledge, and we know we actually on our way back to those realms we came from. You know what I mean? But a lot of people don't realize that the only way to get to those realms is through our ancestors, because once again, that umbilical cord was always cut. All right. But keep in mind, there's always an invisible, a spiritual umbilical cord, and that's what we have to be connected to. So with the inception of religion, governments, and institutions, they took away, the essence or the knowledge, so to speak, of how we connected to those that came before us, and they put all that information in a book, distorted information, took away people's innate power to put it in another power. That's why it's called divine and not vine. Okay, and hear what I'm saying. All right, think of what I'm saying. Okay, think of what I'm saying. Hear what I'm saying, because a lot of people have ears and they cannot hear. A lot of people have eyes and they can't see. So hear my words. Hear what I'm saying. All right, they took away people's innate power. All right, from getting back and connecting to their ancestral realm that we came from. All right. Once again, we are in this world, but we are not of this world. And the world we came from, our only connection, I'm going to repeat that. Our only connection is connecting through our ancestors. That's how we have to connect. However, that knowledge was taken away from the people and put it in one entity, okay, and called it a divine entity. But when you look at the word itself, divine, I'm going to give you an example. If you have a grapevine and you have grapes on the vine, and you take away the grape from the vine, then you are divining the grape. It is no longer attached to the source. You see what I'm saying? So that's what they did with the people. They made them divine. So therefore, they are not vine. So my goal in everything that I teach is to show you how to be vine opposed to divine. I know it might not make sense, but trust me, words have power. All right. And there's power in life and death in the tongue. And whatever you speak, it becomes your reality. So you need to be vine opposed to divine. So the reason why I'm reading that book is because I came across it by, there's no accident or no coincidence, right? Because the word coincidence in itself, coincidence, means that it happened with incident. It was meant to happen because co means to be with, like a co-pilot, right? A co-host, you're with somebody. So coincidence means it was meant to happen with incident. So when I came across that book, I looked at the amount of pages. I was like, wow, 600 pages. Chief, you know what? You got to read it. All right. So I browsed through the book in a couple of days, and then I had to go back and really take my time and highlight some notes. Okay. So let me give you the premise. The premise of the book, pretty much, or the synopsis of the book, is the author of that book, it was published in the 1800s, and he's driving home the point, or his point, that the Negro race, the black race, is a cursed race. All right. And that happened because of Noah. Noah cursed his son Ham. All right. And all his descendants, all the posterity of Ham is supposedly cursed. All right. And that was sanctioned by the God in the Bible. All right. Now, let me make my disclaimer. I'm not here to say that I believe what the book is saying. In fact, I'm not even here to say I believe what the Bible is saying. All right. I'm taking this from an educational perspective. Okay. Looking at the narrative in the book and comparing it to the Bible. And pretty much it goes along with what the Bible is saying, that so-called black people are cursed. All right. Now, I'm saying all that to say is that's how religion was used as a tool to give people of a carbon-based hue, complexion, how would I put it? To let them feel a certain way about themselves, all right? A complex, all right? And that type of ideology and teaching is being taught to so-called Black people, especially in Africa, okay? And you're seeing the results of that, because I see a lot of Africans, not a lot, not all of Africa, but a lot of Nigerians are bleaching themselves. Why? Because they're being taught that white is right. You feel me? And this is not about white and black, okay? It's strictly about education to show you how everybody was miseducated. Everybody, they played a fool with everybody. That's just the truth. It's all about education. So when I'm done with the series of reading, this entire book, I will go into showing you and teaching you exactly what the true creator is, what the true essence is, all right? And then how to get connected back to that, all right? But we have to go through these videos so that we could kind of break down the Bible and see a lot of the BS that's in the Bible. And that's what I call it. It's a lot of BS because people don't realize the Bible was written by men, okay? They say they were inspired by God. No, they were inspired by greed, okay? Gold, oil, and diamond. That's what God is. Gold, oil, and diamond. You feel me? That's what they were inspired by. It wasn't by it wasn't from the great essence. It wasn't from the great spirit. You feel me? So when you're worshiping that God, so to speak, and look at the word worship. A lot of people worship their God. How are you going to your God with a spirit of war? That's what worship is. Okay, what's a ship? Okay, a ship is a form of transportation, and you're going to your God, okay, with that energy of war, not realizing that's what you're doing when they ask you to worship and worship. But you cannot tell a lot of people things because they get upset at you. They make you the enemy when you're speaking truth. And that's why the truth is not popular. You feel me? People would rather hold on to the lies so they could save their souls, not realizing they're doing quite the opposite. And it's truly the truth that will set you free, not some of the truth, but the entire truth. And the truth is there. It's there in plain sight. Okay? And it was told to you. But you allowed men and women, especially men, okay, to get in front of a pulpit, okay, a pit, and drag you down to their level and make sure that you don't know who you are. All right. So let us get into this reading. We have a lot of reading to do. So let's get into that. And once again, this is not about me saying the Bible is real or no. I like I said, I know what the Bible is. I know that for a fact. I know what it is. I've decoded it. I've broken it down. So I know who the true power is. And the true power is actually you and I. There's nothing else outside of us. All right. But we'll get into that a little later. All right. So let me go ahead and share the screen and let's get into some reading, because reading is fun for the mental. All right. That's one thing I love to read. That's one of my passions. All right. One of my passions is reading. Let me see. Here we are. So before we get into that, I want to show you, let us go back to that image real quick, because in the very first chapter of Genesis, okay, it said that the God in the Bible, and once again, I'm going to say the God in the Bible, because the God in the Bible is not everyone's God. Okay. So the God in the Christian Bible, all right, let me be more specific, said that when God created man and woman, their complexion were red, copper. Okay, they were a copper colored races, because the first name of man and woman was Adam. Like I said in I explained in the lesson yesterday or last night, whichever way you are at sunrest. In the Bible, a lot of people don't know that God wasn't the one that named Eve. God named both Adam and Eve Adam. It's in the Bible. It's in Genesis. He didn't name Eve. Okay. Adam was the one who named his wife Eve. Okay. So I'm saying all that to say is we could look at this from different perspectives because it's all allegory. Okay, what allegory means? It means that it is all about perception, and it speaks about different meanings. All right, so therefore, Adam and Eve were just named Adam. Now, what does Adam means in the Hebrew language? Adam means red earth or red clay or red copper. So this is what the image looks like, copper image. So it is safe to say this. If we are going to go based on the Bible for the people who hold it to be the absolute truth, then it is safe to say that in the very beginning, when God created Adam and Eve, so-called white people and so-called black people didn't exist. Because as we could see, copper soil don't look nothing like black, okay, or white. So it begs the question, where did black people or white people came from? Okay, so if it's true, and I'm just saying if it's true, okay, that we're going to go with the hypothesis of the Bible saying that God created Adam and Eve and they were red copper, okay, then it means that white and black are opposites of each other, and the brown copper tone people had to be in the middle to create the extremes of themselves. Okay, now this is just for me conductive reasoning or conductive thinking. All right, so I just wanted to show you that image and keep that image in mind. So based on the Bible, the antediluvian age, meaning that before the flood, everyone had the same complexion, which was copper toned. All right, now, where are the on earth? Who do they consider to be the copper colored races? The American Aborigines, the American Indians. Now it brings up another question. If these natives are going around here talking about they are the original Americans, why aren't they copper toned? Why aren't they brown like us? Okay, so no matter how you look at it, I could defeat these people telling the lies about they are the original American Indians. Okay, because then you would have to tell us how, with your, again, this is no disrespect, with your recessive gene, how were you able to create everybody else? How did everybody else come from a recessive gene? Because natives have recessive genes, no disrespect. That is just scientifically proven. Okay, so let's put that to rest. We know these so-called natives that are here right now, they're not the original Americans. The original Americans are copper-colored people. And this is what copper dirt looked like. So if God made Adam and Eve in that complexion, then there was no so-called pale and no so-called black people. All right. Again, I'm not saying this is 100% correct. We are going based on the Bible. That's what we are dealing with. Okay. I don't care who wrote the book. The bottom line is let's deal with what the Bible is saying, and let's get into this lesson and do some more reading. All right. Let me go back to the book. And once again, this book was published in in the 1800s. And in my opinion, the book is written from a real biased and racist perspective. And the truth of the matter is, when I was done reading the book, I still got about 30-something more pages to read because I read some more last night. And I told you, like, when I was done, I cried, like, seriously. I cried. You know why? Because of so many people that are calling themselves black. They don't truly know what that means. Okay, they don't know it's a spell. They don't know it's a curse. And that's why they are where they are at. Okay, because they have accepted the curse of the pale man. Because black actually means pale. So when we are done reading this book, okay, I will give you the broken down codes, okay, of what it means, because it was all trading places. Okay, they were speaking about themselves as the black race, because black is not necessarily about the complexion. It's about a character. Okay, a character. And we could go into the etymology of black when we are done with reading this evening, and then you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. So this was all, in my opinion, about trading places to make it seem like carbon-based people were the black people, opposed to the pale man being the actual real black people, because black actually means pale. All right. I hope I'm not confusing you guys. If you've been with me for a minute, you know exactly what I'm talking about. All right. So let's go here. So this is section 7, and we're going to continue to read. The book is called The Bible Defense of Slavery. All right. And the subtitle is Fortunes of the Negro Race. Now, I promised you guys I was going to put this on our site. I did do that. Okay, where you're able to go get the PDF and download it for yourself. All right. And our website is www.ipnan.org. Okay, it's in the library section. When you go there, you could go ahead and you'll see the title. Go to the website and download the PDF. And I made it available for each and every one of you because I'm only reading the highlighted sections that I felt that was pertinent to the message that I want to bring. So the first highlighted section we're going to read is from the left side of the page, my left. Okay, and everything they're cross-referencing with the Bible. Now, the Bible verses that I'm quoting, please go ahead and do your own research, all right, and see exactly what the Bible is saying, because I'm solidifying that the God in the Bible supported slavery, not just supported it, actually gave commands to actually buy people, kill people, destroy babies. So I ask people, how could you in your right mind serve a God like that killed babies, but yet still you're telling me God is good all the time? All the time God is good and God's word is never changing. How is that same God that's so good kill babies that haven't done anything? Obviously, you don't know what God is, especially the God in the Bible that they gave you, okay? That was created by man, and it was created in man's image. It was the other way around. And if you guys want to refuse the truth, that's on you. But I'm not here to convince you. I'm here to open up your mind and have you think for yourself, because this is the awakening age. And only those who see the light, step into the light, step into the truth, will make it in the Capricorn age. And that's where we're going to create the heaven on earth, where we see no colors, we see no hatred. Okay? It's all about love. We are going to go back to the Garden of Eden. But not everybody will make it there. I promise you that. Okay? So if you are in the Nile, get out of the Nile. Okay? Get out of the Nile if you can't swim. And I mean denial. Okay, you get it? All right, let's rock. Acts 17, verse 26, as follows. God hath made of one blood all nations of men to dwell on all the face of the earth, and have determined the times of afore appointed and the bounds of their habitation. So Acts 17, verse 26 is saying that the God in the Bible, made men of one blood, all right, and put them in different parts of the earth, meaning that different habitations. Okay, so let's just make that clear. I see our friend Free Papua is back, huh? One of the indoctrinated people. Welcome. As long as you don't cause no distraction, we'll be good. All right. Now let's go to the next page. But to this opinion, we reply, there was never any Negro blood in the veins of Adam, nor blood which produced the black or African race naturally. Whoever believed there was will find it necessary to prove that there were black men hold on for a second. Let me just read that again. Whoever believes there was will find it necessary to prove that there were black men in the very family of Adam, and that they continued on down the course of time as part and parcel of the antediluvian age population till the flood, which is not possible. Okay. Now, this writer is saying that there was no black people in the days of Adam, before the flood. Now, based on the Bible, that's a fact. But he's not saying that there weren't white people. That's why I said the book is written from a real bias and racist standpoint. But I had to get over that and just read it, all right, without getting too emotional, all right? So the next highlighted section. The mark, however, as held by the Jews, was not any affection of the skin of Cain, but an affection of the nerves, by which means he became a paralytic or a trembler. Hence, he was called Nod, the vagabond, or the trembler, which also gave the same name to the country whither he fled from the face of his father's family. But were we to allow this, so to make out the beginning of the Negro before the flood, yet they could not be the progenitors of the present Negroes of the earth. as all Cain's race, with all the other races were lost in the flood. On this account, we are more confirmed in the belief that the first Negro of the earth was Ham, a son of Noah, and that Cain and his people were no more Negroes or black men than Adam was. Okay, so the writer is saying that based on, again, conductive reasoning, that even Cain, with the mark that he had, it couldn't have been a black skin. Why? Because Cain was also, there was no black people supposedly before Noah. All right, because everybody had that copper skin tone. All right, let's go to the next highlight on the left side of the page. Adam's blood, as the text reads, was but one blood, not many bloods. So based on the Bible, Adam's blood was one blood. Okay, of this one blood, God made two other bloods, as we have shown on the first pages of this work. Into these two new bloods, God infused or created two secreting principles, and one disposing between the other and secondary skin of the body of one of these men, a white mucus, causing the skin of the man to be white, and between the outer and the inner skin of the other, a black mucus, causing the man to be black. Okay, so this writer is saying that even if Adam and Eve, okay, was one blood, or Adam, because both of them were called Adam, one blood, the God in the Bible, worked it out in a miraculous way, where the mucus in the skin created two different type of bloods, one that created the white man and one that created the black man. Now, once again, this is not whether we think this man is speaking the truth or not. All right, there's always a madness to everything I do. All right, I am pointing a few things out here. Okay, all right, I am pointing a few things out here, and we will get to the message, the overall message of this lesson. The creation or infusing of the secreting principle into the blood of Japheth and Ham was miraculous and no more difficult for the performance of the divine hand that was the creation of the mucus, which gave the red color to Adam's skin at first. Next page, the left side of the screen. I'm reading the highlighted section. As to the intrinsic superiority of the white complexion over that of blacks, there is no question. So he's saying that the white complexion is superior to the black complexion. Now, once again, how could that be? White people they are recessive. They cannot stand the sun. Even when with the sun rains, so-called black people have a certain layer on their skin that bounces off the rays of the sun. Caucasians don't have that. Okay, Caucasians have a lower fertility rate because they are a recessive gene. So how could this writer, even in his right mind, say that the so-called white man has, in terms of complexion, is superior to the so-called black man? So that's why I tell you, reading that book, anybody who reads that book and they call themselves black, I'm telling you, man, this could literally be some mental and emotional trauma. This is a tough read. Okay, so if you're not strong-minded, please don't read it. And the point I'm making is that's being taught to Caucasian children. You see, once again, family, I want you to see the reason why I'm going through this. Okay, because the only way for us to get through all the prejudices, okay, the hate that people have for each other, we have to go to the bottom of the education. What's being taught? You see, that type of information is being taught to pale children. And that type of information is being taught to so-called black children, especially in Africa. Because we here in the Americas, we're not going to deal with this BS because we know better. You see what I'm saying? The point I'm making is that's being taught. And that's why I'm going through this. Okay, so let's read this first paragraph here again on the left side of the screen. As to the intrinsic superiority of the white complexion over that of black, there is no question. For by the common consent of all ages among men, and even of God himself in heaven, there has been bestowed on the white the most honorable distinction. White has become the emblem of moral purity and truth, not only on earth, but in eternity, also as it said of the saints, that they all walk with the Lamb in white, not in black. And they give reference, Revelations chapter 3, 4, and 5, and be clothed in white remnant with Christ the Lamb that was slain appeared to John, the beloved disciple, on the Isle of Patmos. It was in the splendor of white. Another reference, Revelation 1:14. His head and hairs were white like wool, was white as snow. The same is said by Daniel, to whom this same glorious being appeared of some 500 years before his appearance to St. John. See Book of Daniel, chapter 7, verse 9, as follows. I beheld till the thrones of the earth were cast down, and the Ancient of the Days, God Almighty, did sit, whose garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head like pure wool, being excessively white. Now, what a lot of people don't realize is this, okay? The further back you go into antiquity, all right, so-called black people, all right, were identified in character as being white. You see what I'm saying? So we have to go to the bottom of all this. And even when you go into the Bible, like I think who had mentioned that, I think it might have been Chris who mentioned that, and which is definitely a fact. If you go into the Bible itself, I wonder how come this author did not mention that, right? When Moses married the Egyptian woman, okay? When he married that Egyptian woman, that Ethiopian woman, okay? How is that when his sister got mad at him, Miriam, right? The God in the Bible punished her and did what? Gave her skin of leprosy. Now, we all know leprosy is pale. You see what I'm saying? So in the Bible, leprosy, white skin, pale skin was considered a curse. Why is he not mentioning that? And that's only one instance. Okay? So once again, man, you have to realize the reverse psychology in all this. You have to realize that. The reverse psychology, and it was all about trading places, all right? Because white was considered pure, and everything that dealt with black, okay, was literally evil, dirty, filthy, okay? And not just in complexion or color, because obviously nobody's white or black, but it was in character. That was the key. And the pale man, that was the character of the pale man. But the pale man found a way to gain power, all right, and reversed it and gave people his black identity. And that's what this is all about. All right? The savior of mankind, though born of the Jews' copper-colored woman, was nevertheless a white man. Now, think about it. This author is saying that even if the savior of mankind, Jesus, was born of a copper woman, okay, this man hates so-called black people so much. He's saying that the savior, Jesus, was white. Now, Jesus may have been white, but Yeshua wasn't white. If he did exist. You see what I'm saying? That's the point I'm making. All right? But the point is, it was impossible for, if Jesus really existed, that he would have been a Caucasian man. That's impossible. Okay? That's impossible. But anyway, this complexion which characterized the body of God incarnate was such a would please him, or he would not thus have appeared. The proof that he was a white man is derived from a letter written by a Roman senator from Judea in the time of Augustus Caesar to Rome. In that letter, which is now extant, of course, you can't find it. The man Jesus Christ is said to have been a man of surpassing beauty, having a bright, fair complexion, with hair of the color of a ripe filbert, which is inclining to the yellow or goldish color. His eyes were of hazel or blue cast. His forehead high, smooth and broad. His stature tall and exceedingly graceful. Every motion and attitude bore the stamp of perfection, over all of which there was an incredible sweetness as well as a resilient command. Okay, so yes, we do know that the image of what they call Jesus is, a relative of Caesar Borgia. Okay, that's Caesar Borgia. All right. So a lot of people were, they were duped into believing that's the true image of the creator. Now, check this out. Once again, I tell people like this. If you're going to subscribe to a color of the Great Spirit or what you call God, if you could describe your God with a color, then you're worshiping a false idol. Okay? You are, because God is not a color. And when I'm talking about God, I'm talking about, the Great Spirit. Okay? It's not a color. It is not a he, it's not a she. But let's continue. The left side of the screen, the left side of the page, all right? The highlighted section only. White is the sign of life and being. For previous to the existence of all created things over the whole face, as well as throughout the whole space of boundless, shoreless, formless, intangible eternity, there was relatively nothing but one ocean of blackness of darkness. Light, which is white, was therefore the first sign of created being and is a fit similitude of the uncreated God, of whom is said that God is light. John chapter 1, verse 5. Okay. Black in all ages has been the sign of every hateful thing. If a man is uncommonly wicked, he is said to be black, hearted, wretch, as a traitor, a liar, a thief, a murderer, sackcloth of hair, or so alluded to the scriptures, was a cloth that was black and was referred to as a sign of mourning, judgment, and death. So once again, it was religion. Okay, it was religion that made the color black evil, but only pertaining to so-called black people, when the truth of the matter is black was only coined to pale people because that was their character. And we will go to the etymology of black when we are done reading this. Okay, so once again, it's trading places. That's why I implore my people to let go of this ideology of being black. Let it go. That's not you. That's not us. It doesn't belong to us. Give them back their curse. Okay, let's read the next side of the page, the right side of the page. Jude 13. In 2 Peter, the same place, hell is again referred to as being a place of darkness, where the angels who kept not their first estate are bound in chains or depth of darkness and are reserved to judgment. Now, I'll show you the bias of this author. Okay, all darkness means is void of light. That's all darkness means. Darkness doesn't mean black. But once again, you could clearly tell a racist wrote this book, and I'm cool with that. All right, because I'm reading and I'm not putting my emotions into this. All right, this is strictly for educational purposes. To the opinion of the superiority of white over black, the Negroes themselves subscribe in the fact of their always and everywhere insisting that they ought to be called colored people and not black people, as the esteem is extremely degrading to be called Negroes or black people. Okay, now first of all, we didn't call ourselves any of these things. We were called that. We didn't want to be called Negroes. Our ancestors fought against being called Negroes. Our ancestors fought against being called black. Our ancestors fought against being colored because we had nationalities. We belong to clans. We belong to tribes. We belong to families. But that was imposed on us. Let's go to the next. And once again, I saw somebody put in the comment, you turn black when you die. Nobody turns black when you die because death doesn't exist. Okay, there's only life. Even when the flesh goes back into the ground, it goes into the trees as fertilizer. There's no such thing as death. Okay, only life exists. Death is an illusion that's being taught to the dead. Okay? And when I say the dead, I'm talking about the spiritually dead, because there's only life. Let's go to the next section. During the journey, Damberger fell with a tribe or a nation by themselves called the Matamans, with whose chief he remained some time to rest. This Negro king was a powerful man, as to be born and bone and muscle, pardon me, but went about entirely naked, as did all his people, except a slender covering of his waist. A little distant from the residence of his chief, there was a son of his, whither Damberger was decided accompanying the king on a visit. This son had two little daughters, once about 9 and the other about 7 years old, who, on beholding a white man as he drew near with their grandfather, came running to meet them. But instead of remaining to be caressed by their grandfather, they immediately left him and clung to the white man, though a stranger, leaping and playing about and carrying out with great glee and satisfaction. Yo no color, yo no colo. That is Pretty White Man. See Damberger's Travel, Volume 1, p. 17. So this author, okay, is using a story that, this pale man went into a village in Africa, and the children ran to the pale man instead of their grandfather, talking about this beautiful white man. And I'm not telling you, man, you have to realize what was done to a lot of so-called black people. I mean, let's just keep it real, in Africa. Okay, because they didn't do this BS here with us in the Americas. I'm just being honest. All right. We had of course, what we call racism exists, and of course you had at some point what was white was right. But we knew in our mind that we looked at it from a different perspective. You feel me? They really did a job on a lot of Africans. And once again, I'm employing a lot of my African brothers and sisters to stop the bleaching of the skin. Okay? Because you were beautifully made. But once again, it's teachings such as these. Okay? Keep that in mind. A vivid as well as a frightful trait of the character of this whole people, the races of Mizoram, Cush, Put, and Canaan, the 4 sons of Ham, is shown in the actions of the Sodomites in the days of Lot, the half brother of Abraham. So he's saying that literally, this author is saying that everything in the Bible, literally everything in the Bible that was evil, okay, was that came, or it descended from the son of Ham. Even Lot, okay, the half brother of Abraham, that when they spoke about the Sodomites. And I'm only doing the highlighted parts. Okay, guys, if you want to read the entire book, that's going to be on the site. It's actually not going to be, it's actually on the site. All right. That's the highlighted parts. And please, let me make my disclaimer again. This is not about white against black. This is about education. Okay. Because we are all being played as fools by these institutions and the so-called powers they be. It's all about divide and conquer. And that's how they did it, through religion. Okay? That's how they did it. All right, why is this thing not allowing me to bring this down? Come on, man. All right, here we go. Okay. The same is said by Reverend James of A. Thorne, as recorded in the pamphlet above alluded to, in the note on page 3, and was part of a set of speech delivered in New York, May of 1834, as follows. I would not have you fail to understand, says Mr. Thorne, that this is a general evil. What I now say, I say from deliberate conviction of its truth, that the whole state are Sodoms, and almost every family is brothel. I refer to the inmates of the kitchens, not to the whites. Let's go to the next page. For a proof of this, see a paper titled the Colored American, published in New York by Charles Ray, number 9 Spruce Street. The date of the paper is March 7th, 1840. This paper is devoted to abolition purposes, in which it is followed account of the travel of a certain minister of the gospel by the name of S. Hughes or Hose through the southern country. This man, on arriving at the city of New Orleans, visited one evening a Negro religious meeting over which a white preacher presided. That was the problem. Okay. The congregation consisted of some 800 colored persons, many of them, now mind you, that was in the 1800s, right? The congregation is over 800 so-called colored persons. Think about what I'm reading here, family. All right. Many of them seemed to be intelligent in their appearance. Their decorum in the church and attention to the sermon was worthy of all imitation. They sung with great devotion and melody. Their piety, the minister said, was generally uniform and consistent, with but one exception. That exception, think ye, it was the promiscuous intercourse between the sexes, which the pastor said was their formidable sin, and of which they were guilty to an alarming degree, and was common throughout all the country among the blacks. In this fact, it is seen how powerful an influence lewdness exerts over the degraded and low-minded spirits of the African race, building themselves up to mere sensuality and devilishness, to the exclusion of all true virtue and evolution of soul. So once again, you see that the curse of religion, all right, the curse of religion on so-called black people. Okay, hold on for 1 second. Okay, you will see the detriments of religion on our people, because that's what was being taught. That's what was being taught, whether it was done blatantly or whether it was done subliminally. The underlying message is that our people are being taught that you could never be more. Okay, you could try to be equal to the so-called white man, but you could never be more. When the truth of the matter is, our standard of who we were, okay, it wasn't based on anybody's interpretation, because we just lived our life amongst ourselves. But then a standard came in. So now every time we strive to anything, it has to be, we want to be equal. Why we got to be equal? This is our land. This is our home. We are supposed to be the majority. We are supposed to be superior in our land. We are the ones that are supposed to be making laws in our land. No one has a right to make laws in our land but the original indigenous Americans. So even when our people are fighting for anything, they're fighting to be equal. And guess what equal is? Equal is based on what the so-called pale man determined what equal is. But all that was done through the institution of religion and education. Taking our children, putting them in pale schools. Have you ever seen a fly take its youngins to a spider to be taught? No, that will not happen, because the spider will eat the flies. Have you seen a hyena take its babies, okay, or its youngins to be taught by a lion? No. So why do you think, okay, with all what's being taught with the divide and conquer, that the pale man is going to give you a system that's going to teach your children how to be greater than he is? Something is wrong with the mind of my people, man. And y'all don't realize that what's going on right now with this pandemic, it is a perfect opportunity. Use it to your advantage. They are giving you a way out, but no, you want to be part of the beast. You want to be part of Babylon. Perfect time to keep your children home. Now, we ain't taking the job. We could teach our own children. Perfect opportunity. The great spirit, the universe, Mother Nature is giving you a way out, but you don't want it. No, you want to be subjected to the pale man. No, I want to be part of you. No, please, I want your job. I cannot eat without you. My people are lost, man. And they tell you it's 24 hours in a day. That's not true. Go look in the Bible. A day was considered from sun up to sundown. So there's only 12 hours in a day. In fact, even less than that. Well, actually 12, yeah, 6 to 6. 12 hours in a day. There's not 24 hours in a day. Day is not night, and night is not day. So there's only 12 hours in a day. Go look in the Bible yourself. Day one was from 6 to 6, sun up to sundown. First creation. Then the next day was the sun up to sundown. But you see, everything is psychological. Everything, that's what it's about. If they had told you the truth, it's only 12 hours in a day, then you wouldn't, in your right mind, go sit on somebody's job for 8 hours. Then you only have 4 left for yourself. But you see, people don't think. They don't think for themselves. They're taught what to think. There's only 12 hours in a day, and you give people 8 of that every single day so that they could become wealthy and live the best life while you're struggling, paying bills. And when I'm on here giving y'all opportunities, y'all don't want to see it. You think I could? Let me tell y'all something, man. I'm going to tell y'all this again. I'm not going to be more concerned about your well-being more than you. I love y'all. I do. And that's why I do what I do. Y'all don't, nobody don't support, nobody don't go to the website and donate to the website. Nobody does that. And I'm still on here coming and giving y'all the knowledge. You feel me? Because I do what I do because I love you. That's why I do it. I don't do it for likes. I don't do it for popularity. No, I do it because the truth needs to be told. But it's time. Y'all open up your mind and wake up. All right? Wake up. You feel me? You have to wake up because realize what it is. How is that it's only 12 hours in a day and you have to take 8 on somebody's job to give them trade time for money. And then it's going to take you another hour, another 2 hours to get home. That's 10 hours already done. Then you have only 2 left in the day. And how are you going to bond with your children? And then you say, you know what? Nah, I don't have time. Let the teacher take care of that. Put them in the system that's here to teach them how to fail, how to be inferior, how to only get to a certain level that they decide what that level is. Family, we got to wake up, man. You feel me? And when I say we, I'm talking about y'all got to wake up because I ain't sleep. I've been up. But anyway, I just have to digress here for a little bit. You know what I mean? That was just a side note. Let me just continue with the reading, right? Okay. So check this out. This author is saying that Jezebel, the worst woman ever heard of in the annals of mankind, the wife of Ahab, one of the kings of Israel, not of Judea, was a Negro woman, the daughter of Isbaal, king of Zidania. No, check this out. You have to see the psychology of what's being taught in this book and in the Bible. Okay? Because if Jezebel, once again, the worst woman ever heard of in the annals of mankind, and that was a Negro woman. Now you see what religion and the system thinks of our women. Now look around us today. Look at the condition of our women. Even a lot of our men don't respect our women. Even our children don't respect their mothers. You know why, family? Because that's what's being taught. That's what's being taught. That's a result of free speech. Say what the hell you want, teach what you want, and it's up to you to decipher the real from the fake. A lot of our people are traumatized and they don't see it. But trauma has become the norm. So now they don't see it as a problem. They don't see it as a disease because it has become the norm. I hear somebody say, hey, you know what, man? Yo, TT got shot last night, man. Shots was ringing off. Or word? Damn, son. And that's it. Because our people have become desensitized to the trauma of our people because it's just so normal. I mean, I'm in Brooklyn. I hear gunshots and it don't even faze me. That is not normal, family. That's not normal. That's crazy. So if Jezebel, the worst, not one of, but the worst woman, okay, in the annals of mankind, and she was a Negro. And if that's what this Bible is teaching, whether it may be, again, whether it may be blatant or subliminally, the point is it is all psychological. It is all psychological, okay? And people don't realize everything that you hear is a form of energy. I am sharing my energy with you, okay? You are eating right now. Whatever music you listen to is a form of eating. The people that you're around, even in silence, everybody is emitting some type of aura. That's also energy that could be absorbed. So you are, or you become what you're around. You feel me? So if that's what's being taught in these churches, okay, and you don't know what you are serving or who you are serving, but only what you are told that you are serving, you don't realize the spiritual implications of that God and the damage that it's doing to you, my people. Because once again, the God in the Bible is not the essence of the oil. The God in the Bible is gold, oil, and diamonds. All institutions created by man. Because the Bible was a receipt, okay, for a family genealogy and their commerce. For those of you who don't know. But let us continue reading. The Zidonians were of the same race with the Tyrians, so often spoken of the scriptures as being in the habitats of Tyre and Zidon. Zidonius was one of the sons of Canaan, who was the son of Ham, and according to Josephus, built the city of Sidonius, or Zidon, which was thus named after and in honor of the founder. The city was adjacent to the kingdom of Israel, of which Ithbal, the father of Jezebel, the wife of Ahab, was king, and proved Jezebel have been a negress, because her father was a king of a Negro people descended from Ham by the lineage of Canaan and Canaan's son Sidonius. All right. Now, once again, family, let me say this. Me personally, I'm not subscribing to this BS right here. I'm reading this for educational purposes to show you how people's thoughts can be transformed, how people could develop certain attitudes towards different races, people who don't look like them. You see what I'm saying? Because of what's being taught. That's another reason for me reading that book. In fact, one of the main reasons for me reading this book. Okay? So when you look at certain pale people and you get mad at them, understand their foundation. Now, I'm not here to give pale people a pass. No, there's no excuses for feeling a certain way about people you don't know about. The same way we have no right to feel a certain way about you. Okay, it's all about, to me, in my opinion, it should be about mutual respect. But however, when you take a child and you teach a child how to hate somebody who don't look like you, that's all that child is going to know. That's all the child is going to know. And that's what's being taught. Can you imagine what's happening, what happened again in Africa with religion, Christianity, Islam? Can you imagine that? Because a lot of Africans, they send me requests, right? And a lot of them, come from Nigeria and they send requests. and they're saying, hey, brother, thank you for accepting the request. And it's good to know that, there's black natives and all that. And I'm like, listen, I get what you're saying, but I'm not black. But after the conversation, they get it. But the point is, a lot of the women, they bleached out. And to me, that is very unattractive because you don't appreciate the beautiful skin that you're in. You feel me? It's happening in Jamaica as well. My beautiful indigenous brothers and sisters in Jamaica, you know what I'm saying? Bleaching their skin. And to me, that's not attractive because you were perfectly made. The same way every other ethnic group were perfectly made in their own imperfections. Because everybody is perfect in their imperfections. Even the imperfections is perfect because that's the way it was supposed to be. And when I'm done reading this book, I'm going to break down the whole concept of the so-called white race and the black race and what is the relation and how it all manifests from a metaphysical perspective and what it all means. But we'll get into that. I don't want to get ahead of myself. But our African cousins, brothers and sisters, y'all got to get out of this white is right. Okay? White is only right for white. Okay, and I'm saying white. Nobody's actually white, but I'm just saying. Okay? Because if it were not so, a lot of pale people wouldn't be spending thousands and millions of dollars on tanning and getting melatonin. So obviously, they envy your complexion. But it's not about, you see, it's all about the psychological effect of what's happening. It's a reverse psychology. Oh, now we're going to teach you how to hit your skin, but at the same time, we are going to go to the tanning salon. Or at the same time, we're going to buy melanin so that we could become darker. But people can't see that because y'all think white is right. White is only right for white. Okay? Let them be and let us be. It is really that simple. Let us go to the next page, the right side of the page. Highlighted section only. This woman's name was Maacah, who was the queen mother of Asa, one of the kings of Judah, who reigned but a little time before Ahab was king of Israel. She was doubtless an acquaintance of Jezebel, being an adult woman when Jezebel was but young or before she was married to Ahab. On the writings of the Old Testament says the idol or image of Queen Maacah was a horrible statue made in a state of entire nakedness with the sign of masculine sex of great proportions, which she admired daily in the sight of all men, as the religious rite, like the Egyptian woman, to her public shame, at which the people laughed and wondered. It is evident from the scriptures and the ancient history that the whole land of Canaan and the Negro countries elsewhere, such as Egypt, Libya, Ethiopia, and all Africa, besides were filled with signs, paintings, and pictures of lewdness, as well as with sculptured and molten images of both male and female human beings, and of monsters, half human, half animal, especially among nations of Canaan, which is, guess what? When you went all over Europe, that was a pale Greek Roman culture. You see what I'm saying? So once again, you see the bias of this book. But I enjoyed reading it, even if it was a tough read, because it opened up my mind a whole lot to the, to the psychology, the mental state of a lot of pale people. All right. So when you're traveling down the street, whether it's down south, New York, wherever the case may be, and a pale officer pull you over, it's more than just a stop. Okay. It's about a complex. It's about a complex about, no, I am superior to you. It's about a complex that, no, you are beneath me. It's a complex that white is right and black is dead. Okay. It's a complex about, no, I know they taught me in the Bible that I am superior. I know they taught me in the Bible that you came from Ham and that you are cursed and that you get no respect. Like I said, there's always a madness to everything that I do, but crazy people change the world. So some of you may call me crazy. Let that be. Let's continue reading. Highlighted sections only. That those priests of Baal were black men. So even Baal, right? This, that image Baal, they say that was of black men. Okay? It's like giving you credit for everything. Everything that's in the Bible, but it's bad. Okay? It was all so-called black, right? Now, that those priests of Baal were black men is shown not only from their having been of the same people with Jezebel, but also from the appellation given them by the Jews who called them in derision Akmarim from Kamer, the black priest of Baal. See Clark's comment on 2 Kings chapter 23 verse 5, that those priests of Baal called by the Targums Kamar are the black priests, who not thus called on account of their wearing black vestments, as Dr. Clark has supposed, but because they were actually of black complexions, as it is well known that in all the ages among pagan nations of the old, the priests officiating at the altars of sacrifice were always dressed in white, in imitation, no doubt, of the priests of the Hebrews, which was a sign of purity, dignity, and holiness. All right. Now, I wonder if I could go to, let me see, 2 Kings. Give me 1 second here, guys. Let me just cross-reference this real quick. Let me just kind of go over here to 2 Kings and see what it is. All right, 5. All right, so give me 1 second. I'm gonna stop sharing the screen real quick. And let me go here, pull this up. Okay. And like I said, all right, this once again is deeper than just talking about the Bible, all right? So let's keep that in mind, all right? So I would say it was at 23, chapter 23, verse 5. Okay, let's see what this is saying. All right, let's pull this up. When all this is said and done, my wish is that everybody just, just leave the colors alone, man. Right? Let me see. And it put down the idolaters, the priests, the kings of the burn incense in the place of Judah and the places round them, also burn incense unto Baal, to the sun and to the moon and to the planets and to the host of the heavens. All right, so here it just speaks of Baal. It just speaks of the idolatrous priest, but it doesn't say anything about them. So I guess he's pretty much talking about the fact that they are descendants of Ham. So he's assuming, once again, saying that they are black. All right. So like I said, the book itself is written from, in my opinion, a very, very, very racist and biased perspective. But it is what it is, right? We're going to continue to read. All right. Here we are. Let me see now. Purity. Okay. All right. I'm reading the last highlighted paragraph. It follows, therefore, that the Jews called them black priests of Baal because they were black and for no other reason. In this chapter just quoted of the reader to desire it, he can find the names of several of the Negro gods of these ages, and also in 1 Kings chapter 6, verse 5 and 7, whose horrid worship infested the whole of mankind, as it was from this people a knowledge of idolatry was derived to the whole Greek and Roman world, as well as in the most times immediately after the flood to the myriads of the Indies and to the Jews and other nations of the earth. Alrighty. All right, so we on the 9th section. Okay. I'm only reading the highlighted sections once again, so you could read the entire book on the site. All right, it's there for you. We're going to browse through this. Let's see how far we could go this evening. This was done prior to the time of Joseph being sold into Egypt. The Hyksos kings were of the Abrahamic race, being descendants of his son by Keturah, see Genesis 25, who settling eastward from Chaldea, where Abraham lived before he went to Canaan, expelled the children of Ham, or the Cushites, from the country, who first of all, after the fall of the tower, settled there, on which account the country was alluded by Moses, Genesis chapter 2, verse 13, by the name of Ethiopia, through which the Gihon flowed. Next page, the right page. Highlighted sections only. At a very early period, thousands of Ishmaelites race settled in Africa by invasion along the headwaters of the Nile. In Ethiopia, mingling more and more through Egypt down toward the mouth of the river. This is a matter of history. Watson 282. This is evident also from the mummies brought from that country, which were doubtless emblem as long ago as the days of David and Solomon, and perhaps as far back as the Hebrews were in Egypt, all which except now and then one are now of the Negro race, but of a red or copper-colored people with long straight hair and other characteristics not belonging to the genuine Cushite or the race of Ham. Next page. The Negroes of Africa, who are the descendants of Egyptians, the Libyans, and the Ethiopians, all the same people, the race of Ham. The first Negroes for thousands of years have made no advancement in letters or in any way approximating thereto. In all of Africa, among the Negro tribes and kingdoms, not a gleam of light of science, the precursor of which is the invention of letters, has appeared, not a hieroglyphic or symbol, nor kind of painting, or even hold on for a second, this is a little blurred out, or not even knots tied in a string, as in Peru, called quibos, to denote numbers, has appeared in all the vast regions of South Africa. So this author is saying that going back into antiquity, right, as far back, the Egyptians, the Libyans, the Ethiopians, all the descendants of Ham, they haven't created anything. Okay, no great inventions, not a gleam, not even tying a knot, as you would see, not even hieroglyphics as you would see in Peru. All right. Now, once again, we know that the Americas are the copper-colored races. All right. But the point I'm making is, once again, let me emphasize one of the main reasons why I read this entire book, as painful as it was, is because to show to our African brothers and sisters, all right, the educational system that they have allowed to come and infiltrate their schools and their country, like we did here in the United States, in the Americas, okay, if for some reason, all right, they have taken it to the extreme where they want to change their complexions, all right, because that's what's being taught in Africa. When you are being taught that you are nothing, when you are being taught that you cannot even tie a knot, when you are being taught that you haven't invented anything, and that's being bombarded in your head. You see what I'm saying? In your head and all these different things. What do you think is going to happen to the people, family? What do you think is going to happen? All right? And that's because of religion, family. It is because of religion. This is crazy. All right? It's absolutely crazy. But we're going to read some more. All right, give me a second. Okay, next page. Hold on, give me 1 second here. But when finally overcome and subdued by the superior policies of other races, the Negro man, not possessing himself the great conservative powers, which are the grand source of all exertions and human independence, fell naturally by degrees back in their native insufficiency of mind, the end of which is misery, ignorance, barbarism, and slavery. Okay? So that is pretty much the foundation based on this author, okay, saying that in the Bible, all right, that is the bottom line of the so-called black race: misery, ignorance, barbarism, and slavery. Okay? Lacking the mental fortitude to be even called a man. And that's why I tell my people, you wonder why you perish. Nah, it's not because you're not great. No, it's not because you're not beautiful. It's because you have accepted the curse of the pale man. Stop being black. I promise you, watch your life change. If y'all think it's a joke, try me. Let us go to the next. That the race of Shem, under the advices and knowledge of himself and his father Noah, and concomitant patriarchs, have actually grown numerous and attained to the power at a very early period, is evident from the let me see, what's that family? This is numeral numbers, so let me see if I can figure this out. X1V. Okay, I think that's 14th. All right, from the 14th chapter of Genesis. In history contained in that chapter, Moses gives an account of a war waged and carried on between certain kings of the land of Shinar, whose countries by along beyond the river Euphrates, who were the children of Shem, and certain kings of Canaan, Negroes, and the Vale of Sodom, whose kingdoms lay along and near the river Jordan, places and governments above 300 miles apart. I'm skipping a lot of the things. Like I said, I only picked out the parts that I really wanted to just drive some points home. Everything else in between, you could go ahead and read the entire book yourself if you so choose. But I suggest that you have a strong mind, okay? And don't have a low self-esteem to read this book, please. Okay, next page. In no age and under no circumstances is it possible to a certain amount any tribes, nations, or communities of the whites so much misery and meanness, so much wretchedness and bestiality as found among the Negroes, not of the Negroes, not of America, but of Africa, among the Aboriginal people. Okay, so they're saying that, let me read this again. All right. In no age and under no circumstances is it possible to ascertain among any tribes, nations, or communities of the whites so much misery and meanness, so much wretchedness and bestiality as is found the Negroes. They say not in America, but of those Aboriginals in Africa. Neither is it possible to ascertain from the page of history, under the most favoring circumstances, that the Negro race have ever risen to a comparable height with the white nations in sciences or even in the most necessary arts. Now, once again, you could tell that this author is delusional, because every invention came from us. Okay? The most the pale man ever did was copyright, stole, and patent. You see what I'm saying? So once again, let me just say why I'm reading this. It's important. Is to show you the psychological damage it could have on people that don't know who they are. That's why you don't take your children and put them in a lion's den or in a sea of sharks to be taught. All right. As a result, look at our communities and see what's happening right now. And you tell me everything that I'm reading right now, if it's not what's manifesting right now. Because it's all mental. It's all about education. Okay. All right, we got some pages to go. This book is, like I said, about 590 pages. So Let's keep browsing through. Next page, next highlighted section. In conclusion, therefore, from a view of the preceding facts, we are compelled to hold that it is absolutely certain, taking the whole history of both races, the whites and blacks, into account, that the latter, okay, which is blacks, are absolutely unequal and lower in mental abilities and do not possess naturally the stamina of improvement as do the former, which is so-called whites, at that this difference is attributable alone to the wisdom of God in the creation of the Negro race, in the blood and being of Ham, their father, on which account it is utterly impossible to elevate them to an equality with the whites, as is it takes away the blackness of their skins. Family, once again, all this is sanctioned by the God in the Bible. And that's what a lot of pale people are thinking. That's what they are being taught. I got to keep driving this home for the education. But yet still, it was so-called black people who taught pale people to wipe their butts, taught them how to take baths. Now, can you imagine teaching this to children? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine this? Teaching this to children and teaching them that that's their reality. And if you realize in everything, it's always about so-called white and black. It's never about the middle, which is the copper. But our people, we are the copper-colored races, but we took up the plight of the black. So now it's about the extremes, and it's never about the middle that created both. You see what I'm saying? Why does it always have to be about white and black? Okay? Because that's what the Bible is teaching. All right? But once again, I am teaching not to divide. I am teaching to unite, because I want everybody to be educated and see what happened. Okay? Pale people were miseducated. So-called black people were miseducated. Everybody in between as well, they were miseducated. But it's never focused on the in-between. It's always the extreme. It has to be white against black. And like I said, when I'm done reading this book, when I get into the details of telling you who actually the Great Spirit is, aka God, I will break down, okay, why there had to be two extremes. I will break that down. Okay? All right, let's keep going. Okay, we are on section 11th section. All right, there's some highlights. Let's read that. It should be recollected that Japheth's race, which is supposedly the right race, had nothing to do in the conquest of the great Negro country called Canaan, Phoenicia, Palestine, or the Holy Land. Those wars were carried on wholly by the Jews. Continuing from the days of Moses to the time of Judea, became a part of the Roman Empire, but a little while before Christ. So this author, okay, once again is alluding, okay, not to a fact, but his opinion that everything that happens to the so-called black, it happened because of the Jews and not the so-called whites. So they are literally taking blame away from all of them, okay? So because they are pure, white is good. It wasn't us that did that to these black people, okay? It wasn't us, it was the Jews. You feel me? But at the same time, who went around the world pillaging, destroying, killing with the cross? The pale man. Well, not at first, when they came here. But I get it. I get it. And like I said, I will explain all that a little later, okay? Let us go to the next. Japheth, the great ancestor of all the white nations of the earth, was the father of 7 sons, whose names, according to First Chronicles, 1st chapter, and Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews, were Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tyrus. Okay, that was the naming all the different tribes from whence the so-called white race was descended. Right. Next highlighted section. Shem was the real Melchizedek. All right. In other words, if based on the Bible, the American Aborigines, the copper-colored races, we are the descendants of Shem, the copper-colored races. All right. Going back, in other words, the beloved seed. Okay. So Shem was the real Melchizedek. All right. The righteous king of Salem, who is spoken of by Moses in Genesis chapter 6. In chapter, let me see, that's 14. Pardon me. Genesis chapter 14 by David, and Psalms CX 4, and by St. Paul, Hebrews 7. By David, this man, the son of Noah, Shem, by the name, and Melchizedek by appellation, was of all men who have lived since the flood the best qualified to instruct the people of those first ages during the 500 years of his life after the flood. All right. Next page. The next highlighted section. Shem, or Melchizedek, overlived his father Noah 150 years, and the patriarch Abraham nearly 50, and of the consequence was antiquated with Isaac, the son of Abraham. From this man, all the patriarchs from Aphax down to Isaac, comprehending the 500 years, received a knowledge of the true God and the religion of Adam, Seth, Enoch, and all the patriarchs before the flood, down to Isaac, from whom Jacob, the son of Isaac, derived the same and transmitted it to the 12 tribes of the Jews in his sons. All right. Next highlighted section. Next page. Noah, and in all that curse, the decree of God against Ham and the Negro race, which took place in after of Ham seeing his father in his response. All right. So continuously, this author is, substantiating, all right, based on their opinion, that in the Bible, the God in the Bible, all right, sanctioned Noah to curse the Negro race, which is the so-called black people, all right, and not just during that time, but into perpetuity, all right. So if you look at, the doctrine of discovery, if you look at the papal bull, if you look at the Black Christian codes, all this is an extension of all this. The Magna Carta. If you look at these things, it tells you that so-called black people are to be slaves into perpetuity. All right. So where do you think all that came from? It came from the Bible. Okay. Just so y'all know. All right. Let us keep reading. After this, the Turks, who are the descendants of Japheth, conquered all the regions of the east, included Asia Minor, as Judea and the rest of old Canaan, Persia, Syria, Armenia, etc., so that the Negro race who are yet remained in that country were still further reduced to personal slavery till none were left free. But subject of fulfillment of Noah's prophecy on the decree of God respecting the slavery of the race of Ham by Japheth, or the white race, stops not there, or stops not here. For all the nations of Europe and Asia Minor, from the days of Alexander the Great, more or less have sought after the Negro for a slave, even in their native huts in Africa and the islands. America, too, has done this in both hemispheres ever since its discovery by Columbus, so that the race of Japheth, though dwelling on the utmost bounds of the earth and divided by seas and oceans, have, under the direction of the providence of God, who decreed the Negro enslavement by the whites of Japheth race, fulfilling that decree. Now, once again, what did they come here with? At first, they came here with the Bible. But what this author is not telling you is that King James was a so-called black man. And what this author is not telling you, at that time in 1492, pale people, most of them were slaves around the world. You see what I'm saying? But I'm showing you the introduction of Christianity into the Americas, which this is why we're here today in the situation that we're in today. Okay? Our people were not Christians. All righty. I mean, when we're done reading all of that, like I said, I'll break a few things down. I'll go back into the beginning of Genesis and show you that there were people created before Adam. We'll get into all that. You know what I'm saying? But right now we are just reading from that perspective, from the supposed information that's being taught that everybody came from Adam and Eve. All right. But without a doubt, there were many creations before Adam and Eve. And I'll go into the Bible and prove that, like I said, when we're done with all this, all right, we definitely have to get through this, because this was, like I said, this was a tough read, because when I was done, I cried. Seriously. Okay. Next page. There is no way, therefore, to understand the application of the particular trait of the law found in Deuteronomy 23, verse 15 and 16, but to suppose the servants there alluded to pointed out the servants of the surrounding nations, not of the Hamite race. This is evident from the very peculiar phraseology of the law itself, which addresses the whole 12 tribes as being but one person, as follows. Next highlighted section. Having now finished our inquiry respecting the fulfillment of Noah's prophecy in the enslavement of the descendant of Ham by the race of Japheth, and of his dwelling is in tents or countries of Shem, as the Turks who are of the race of Japheth are now doing, and of his supplanting the American Indians. Now let's read this again. Let's read this again. That's why I keep telling you, family, when I read with understanding. I don't read to finish. I read to understand, because I love to read. I'll tell you something. I love to read. Okay, let's read this little highlighted section again. All right. Having now finished our inquiry respecting the fulfillment of Noah's prophecy in the enslavement of the descendants of Ham by the race of Japheth. Okay, also, even if we do know that the Hebrews first were enslaving the children of Ham, because they were enslaving so-called black people in Africa, in Europe, all over the place, right? They were even enslaving so-called the descendants of Japheth, because if he say, well, Japheth, is the white race, they were enslaved as well. But of course, this writer is biased, so he will never say that. But I got to point that out. But let us read a little further. And of his dwelling in the tents or countries of Shem, the tents of countries of Shem, because remember, Shem represents the copper-colored, the one that took the bows and arrows, okay, as the Turks, who are of the race of Japheth, meaning that the whites are now doing, and of supplanting the American Indians. We pass to an examination of certain passage of the scriptures where abolitionists seem to think they have found out that Negro slavery was abolished as far back in times as the days of Isaiah, the prophet, some 700 years ago before Christ. But I beg to differ, because slavery It wasn't abolished in the days of Isaiah. But hold on for 1 second. Let me just take a look at something real quick. Let me just take a quick pause, family. I'm going to take off my hoodie, and I'm going to drink some water, and I'm going to check something out real quick, and I'll be back with you guys real quick. I see you guys are having a great discussion. All I'm just asking is, please just respect each other and humbly share your opinions. This is not about hating each other. This is about building, diving deep, seeking the truth. That's all this is about. All right. Let's respect each other. I don't care what ethnic group you are. Come on here and respect each other, and let's get into this information. All right, now, man, I keep telling y'all, don't play with Chief Kalinago, man. I'm telling you, I'm going to go in the Bible and show y'all some stuff. All right, now, let me go here for a second, because, and then let me pull up this other screen. Y'all think this is a game, huh? I think it's a game. Let me show y'all something real quick. Hold on. Pull this up for y'all real quick. All right. Okay. I'm starting to get warm right now, so because I'm getting hot. It's about to get hot in here. All right. I ain't taking off all my clothes, but it's getting hot. Okay. Let me just put this here and then go ahead and pull this up. I don't know if you guys know what supplant means, but we are going to get into the meaning of supplant. All right. This is, man, I tell you, man, reading is so much fun for the mental. I love to read. I keep telling y'all, I love to read. Family, let me tell you something. I would say about 10 years ago, I went celibate for 3 years. All right. And I'm back on my celibacy. I've been celibate for a long time now, because sometimes you have to abstain, okay, to get into certain realms. I mean, that's just what, based on my own experience, you know what I mean? So I function on a whole different frequency when I abstain. You know what I'm saying? At least for me, that's what it works for me. So I'm in my full, woo, I'm potential is real right now. All right, but let us go. Let me come back here for a second. The first thing we're going to do is look at the meaning of supplant, because we're going to read that one section here again. Okay, let's read that one section here again. All right. Okay. Let's read that one section here in that book. And then we'll go to the meaning of supplant, and then we'll go to something else. Okay. And then we'll come back to read. All right, here we are. Okay, so let's read this again. Having now finished our inquiry respecting the fulfillment of Noah's prophecy in the enslavement of the descendants of Ham by the race of Japheth, which is considered the white race, and of his dwelling in the tents or countries of Shem. In other words, wherever Japheth and the Negroes or black people are, okay, dwelling in the tents and countries of Shem, okay, as the Turks, saying as the Turks, who are of the race of Japheth, so-called white, are now doing, and he's supplanting the American Indians. Let's stop here for a second. Let's go look at supplant. Supplant. Now, isn't reading fun? Who said it wasn't fun? Look at the definition of supplant. Supplant. I wish you all could read it out loud with me. In fact, I want to hear how it sounds.
Supplant.
Supplant. Okay? Supersede and replace. Displace. Supersede. Take the place of. Take the place of. Now, let us stop sharing that and let's go share something else. And then we'll come back. Okay? We will come back. I tell you, man, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. Let's go to Noah's Webster's 1828 dictionary and look at the definition of American. Noah Webster's 1828 dictionary. This online, hold on, no. I gotta look, man. I'm so excited. I ain't even put American. Woo. Let's do this. Okay, American. American, a noun, a native of America, originally, keyword, originally, all right, applied to the aboriginals or what? The copper-colored races, okay? Found here by the Europeans, JPEFs, okay? But now applied to the descendants of European, supplant, took the place of. Those are the natives as well, because they are also extensions of the Caucasian pale race. They are descendants of Japheth. Right here, the copper-colored races. Okay? Not sure if y'all caught that, but I wanted to point that out. Let's go back to the book. And based on the Bible, what was the complexion of the first man and woman? Copper, colored, brown. Okay? I'm going to share this and go back here. Okay, let's go to the next page. Now we're on the 12th section, okay? See Isaiah, I think that's chapter 8, verse 6 and 7 as follows. Is it not this the fast? Is it not this the fast that I have chosen, namely, to loose the bonds of wickedness, to undo the heavy burdens, and to let the oppressed go free, and that they break every yoke? Is it not to deal by bread to the hungry, and that thou bring the poor that are cast out to the house? When thou seest the naked, cover him, and that thou hide not thyself from thine own flesh. This passage of Holy Writ are indeed very plain, and to the careless reader seem to make an end of the matter, inasmuch as they require that every yoke should be broken, the heavy burden taken off, and oppressed set free. Basically, some abolitionist says that, well, even if there was slavery in the Bible, yes, God condoned slavery, but it was abolished in the day of Isaiah. But this reader is pointing out, no, let me prove to you that in the days of Isaiah, it wasn't abolished. Okay? So let's read a little more on this, right? This trait of Hebrew national custom, namely that of enslaving the blacks, had obtained from the days of Moses till the time of Isaiah, a lapse of full 900 years, and by the authority of the law without reproof or restraint, as we have shown. What Moses had said in Exodus 23, verse 32, respecting the Canaanites, namely that the Hebrews, when they should come to possess the country of Canaan, were to make no covenants of the enmity or peace with the inhabitants, but were to utterly to despise, ruin, and destroy them. Now that is the God-given Moses orders. Now, once again, you tell me, what kind of God are you serving? That's given Moses, okay, that gave y'all the law, that you hold true to your heart, to go destroy them, ruin them, okay, to despise of them, destroy them. Let us read. Had he not read the same thing in Deuteronomy 7, chapter 7, verse 2, which directed the 12 tribes to smite and utterly destroy those nations, making no compass with them at all. The passage in Deuteronomy 7, chapter 2 reads as follows. And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them, the Canaanites, before thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them. Now, mind you, that's the God in the Bible. So once again, my goal is to prove to you and tell you that the God in the Bible is not who you think it is. It's not what you think it is. It is what you were taught to believe it is. Because the God in the Bible is nothing but people that were going around the world calling themselves lords and gods and kings and nobles and enslaving people and put it in a book in a context to prove and teach them that they were to be slaves. And it was ordained by God. But the question is, who was God and what was God in that book? Okay? It is definitely not the Most High. Y'all better pay attention. All right? Now let's read some more. It is likely, therefore, that the Holy Ghost would contradict by the pen of Isaiah that which he had directed to be written in the law of Moses, and at that time, 2, when the law was ultimo of legislation to all tribes of Jews and governed by the prophets as well as the people. Hold on for 1 second. Okay. Now, a lot of people said that, okay, Jesus came with the New Testament to undo a lot of things that the Father did, right? So let me ask you a question. If God's word is forever unchanging, why would he send his son to undo what he did if it was forever unchanging? You see, it's just too many contradictions. But let us read this, all right? New Testament. The place of St. Paul's writing, which recognized Negro slavery, Titus chapter 2, verse 9, Ephesians chapter 6, verse 6 and 8, Colossians chapter 4, verse 1 and 3, verse 22, also Philemon, as well as the passages of the New Testament, all of which says Dr. Clark referred to absolute slaves in the property sense of the word, that the slaves of Rome were Africans, is proven or proved from the fact that when prisoners were brought from Africa, they were also sold for slaves. Okay, now if Jesus came to undo the works of the Old Testament and make it right, why were they still condoning slavery in the New Testament? And once again, in the property sense, and I'm going to give you those scriptures again. Go check them out yourself and do your own research. Okay, so slavery, Titus chapter 2, verse 9, Ephesians chapter 6, verse 6 and 7, Colossians chapter 4, verse 1, and chapter 3, verse 22. Go check those out for yourself. Okay. Let's continue reading. Hebrews held their brethren in slavery beyond the stipulation of the law of Moses, and to such only. The law of Moses allowed the sale of a Hebrew debtors to pay their debts, as well as of children owned by poor Hebrew parents, and also of criminals in thieves, as thieves, pardon me. See Leviticus chapter 25, verse 39, 47, 48, and 50. And in Exodus chapter 21, verse 7 and 2, and chapter 22, verse 3, where all these cases are set down. All right. So, and if we go back to King James, who considered himself the king of the Hebrews, right? He sold a lot of his people, all right, into slavery as indentured servants. That's why he promised them this land, the American continent, as the promised land. Okay, so, but you could go into those verses to solidify that the Hebrews did sell some of their family or some of the tribes into what's called slavery. Okay, now Hebrew was sold to a Hebrew. The law of Moses strictly forbade their being oppressed as bondsmen, were, and joining it upon those who bought them to treat them as they would a hired man. In other words, treat them as a worker and not a bondman, because a bondman was different from a worker, all right, or somebody who was hired. And you could go look at this in Leviticus chapter 25, verse 39 and 40, and many other passages to the same effect. And besides this, they were commanded to furnish them liberally out of the threshing floor and the wine press and their flocks at the time of their release or at the Jubilee, so as to enable them to begin the world anew. See Deuteronomy chapter 25, no, pardon me, Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 14, which immunities were never extended to a Canaan slave. So they're saying that in Deuteronomy, when the law was laid down, okay, that you were to treat the Hebrew, even if you enslaved or hired your own, okay, treat them differently, okay. However, the immunities that they had, it wasn't extended to the Negro slaves. All right. So that's what they are alluding to in Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 14. Okay. Let's read some more. Surely the Negro of Canaan or of any other country were not considered by Isaiah to be of the same flesh with that of the Jews, as they were never called in the scriptures the brethren of the Hebrews, their kindred, their own flesh, etc., but always a heathen. Respecting the flesh of the Negro race, Ezekiel chapter 23, verse 20 says that it was like the flesh of asses. Okay, so let us just for the purpose of this lesson, I'm going to take a look at Ezekiel, and that's chapter 23, verse 20. So let me pause here for a second and let's take a look at this. We'll come back. Let me just pull that up for you guys real quick. All right, Ezekiel chapter 23, verse 20. Pull that up. Okay, so supposedly, all right, that verse is referring to the Negro, okay, the Canaanites. So let's go ahead and share this, and let us go to Ezekiel and read that a little bit. All right. That's Ezekiel chapter 23, verse 20. Here we are. All right. Now you have two different versions. All right. We have the New International Version, and we have the King James Version. We're going to go with the King James Version first. All right. For she darted upon their paramours, whose flesh is as the flesh of asses, and whose issue is like the issue of horses. Okay, so now the author is saying that they were referring to the descendants or the Canaanites. Okay, so those were so-called Negroes. Let us look at the New International Version. There she lusted after her lovers, whose genitals were like those of donkeys, and whose emission was like that of horses. Okay, now, I don't know where your mind got to go with this. Okay, so once again, it is said that, now let us read this again in the New International Version. All right, there she lusted after her lovers, whose genitals were like those of donkeys. Now, you know what is said about donkeys and so-called black men. All right. whose emission was like that of horses. In other words, emission. We don't have to go there and be explicit. So because of that, they're saying that, of course, when you trace it back, they're connecting it to the Canaanites who are of Negroes. Okay, so they're flesh of the flesh of asses, right? So that's one version is saying that, and the other version is saying the genitals. So you guys, I'll leave it as that. Okay, let us go to the next. I see you guys are doing your own thing in the chat. That's what's up. That's beautiful. All right. Like I said, just keep it respectful, please. All right. Let us go to let us read some more. I can't wait, till I get to the part where they really talk about what the colonization society is, and it's a part of Christianity. All right. I can't wait to get to that part. So anyway, let's continue. We will give the account as it stands in the book of Nehemiah, chapter 5, verse 1 to 5, as follows. And there was a great cry of the people and of their wives against their brethren, the Jews. For there were some that said, we, our sons, our daughters are many. Therefore, we take up corn for them, that they may eat and live. Some also there were that said, we have mortgaged our land, vineyards and houses, that we might buy, not hire, corn because of the dearth. There were also that said, we have borrowed money for the king's tribute, and that upon our land and vineyards, yet now our flesh is as the flesh of our brethren, our children as their children, and lo, we bring into bondage our sons, our daughters to be servants or slaves, and of our daughters are brought into bondage already. Neither is it in our proper to redeem them, for other men have our lands and our vineyards. Right? The book of Jeremiah, chapter 34, from the 8th to the 17th verse, it is inclusive, which took place between the time of Isaiah and Nehemiah, basically saying that slavery wasn't abolished in the time of Isaiah. It was a continuing form of commerce, okay, or enslaving people. All right. Next. The passage reads as follows: that every man should let his servant, his manservant, and every man his maid servant, being a Hebrew or a Hebrewess, go free, that none should serve himself or them with wheat or Jew his brother. To this agree both Isaiah and Nehemiah, using the same language in effect, everywhere pointing out the Jew blood, which was not to be enslaved, leaving the Negro race under the disabilities of their dome, as found in the book of Genesis and the law. Talking about the law of Moses, right? Next page. See Leviticus chapter 22, verse 11. But if the priest buy and sold with his money, he shall eat of it. That is the slave thus, but might eat of the food of the family of the priest. From this scripture, it is as clear as truth that the prophet, priests, elders, kings, and nobles of the 12 tribes were allowed by the law of God to have property in man, the same as they could have property in any other thing or creature, providing they were not of the race of their brethren, the Hebrews, but of the heathen of the Negro race, as we do not learn from the divine oracles that any other people could be lawfully or morally enslaved, irrespective of war and other contingencies. Okay, so once again, it is saying that the nobles of the Hebrews, the kings, the elders, and the priests, all right, based on the Bible, the God in the Bible ordained, okay, and said that only the Negro race is supposed to be enslaved. Once again, King James came here with the 1611. King James was a Hebrew. Okay? Now, y'all put two and two together. That book was constructed, okay, not by the Great Spirit, but by God. Gold, oil, and diamonds. Men who created institutions, created religions from legion. They brought back these religions to enslave people and tell them that it's a God in the sky. There's no sky daddy looking down at anybody. Okay? Now, let us read some more. This scripture is found in Exodus 21, verse 16, and reads as follows. He that steals a man and selleth him, or if he be found in his bound, he shall surely be put to death. And as it respects the land of Canaan and the Negro nation of that country, are we supposed that who was about to give the whole land to the Hebrews with all its inhabitants to kill and destroy, that they were to be abstained from the taking by stealth as well as by the open attack? So they're saying that even if slavery was abolished for certain groups, it did not mean the Negro. Why? Because initially God said to destroy the Negro, take their land, enslave them. Why would God go back on his word? Very interesting. Next page. That the passage means this and nothing else. It is shown and determined by the parallel text in the same law and on the same subject. See Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse 7 as follows. If a man to be found stealing any of his brethren of the children of Israel, and maketh merchandise of him, or selleth him, then that thief shall die, and thou shalt put evil away from among you. Thus, we see that the former passage, as explained by the latter, has nothing to do with that is called the Negro stealing either in the old Canaan or Africa or anywhere else. Is referred wholly, solely, and primarily to the people of the Jews protecting themselves from themselves in the particular manner. For as strange as it may appear, the Hebrew were very much prone to the stealing of men of their own blood and race for slaves and to sell them to strangers. Hence, King James brought his people into the Americas as servants, and King George came and said, now we are going to enslave. Okay? Let's continue reading. Next page, next highlighted sections. To kill and exterminate them, showing them no mercy, was the direct and pointed command of God, as we have before shown in Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 2. Let us go to Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 2, because somebody told me yesterday, oh, you're just reading from a book. You're not an author. I don't have to be an author to read, but I can read with understanding. So now we're going to go to your Bible, and let us go to Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 2. Let us take a pause here for a second. And let's go to that. Okay, hold on for a second. Whoa. What have we here? Okay. Let me stop sharing. I think I just did. I thought I just stopped sharing this. What's going on? Give me 1 second here, guys. Let me say stop sharing. Okay, good. Let me go to Deuteronomy. Okay. Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy 7, verse 2. All right, let me pull that up on. Give me 1 second, please. Okay, here we go. Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 2. Okay. Because a lot of people say, Chief, you don't know what you're talking about. No, God in the Bible didn't say anything about condoning slavery or support slavery. All right. Okay. Because I know I'm not dumb. I could read with understanding. Let me see. 7. Let me see, 7. Was it what I said? Oh, hold on for a second. Let me just pull that up. All right, here we go. I just found it. All right, cool. Let me go ahead and share that for you. Here we go. Deuteronomy. And it doesn't matter who they're talking about. The bottom line is this. I'm not worried about the color. All right. The bottom line is this. Okay. The God in the Bible condone and endorse slavery, period, and killing of babies. Okay. Let us read that. Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 2. And I'm talking about the highlighted section, which is verse 2 right here. Okay. And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor shew mercy unto them. Now you tell me if that's not a man speaking. Now, if that's your God, well, please do me a favor. Keep your God. I don't want to serve your God. Okay? Because y'all are a bunch of hypocrites. That's what I realize. Okay? Okay? You guys are a bunch of hypocrites. Period. Because y'all will read it in the Bible and ignore it and pretend y'all don't know what it's talking about. That's why I cannot trust y'all people that talk about this God in this Bible as your Lord and personal Savior. I don't trust y'all because y'all are dangerous. Okay? A bunch of liars. Because it's right there in bold. I'm not just reading it from a book right now. I'm going to the actual Bible and reading it for you. And let's read it again. And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them unto thee, thou shalt smite them, utterly destroy them. Babies, I don't care if they're babies. I don't care if they're women. Destroy them, annihilate them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them. Now, if that doesn't sound like a man that's going around the world enslaving people and killing people, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. I'm telling you that's not your God. That was man. That's calling themselves God in the Bible and Lord. But if you so choose to say, no, Chief, you don't know what you're talking about, then that's my God. Then you know what? Keep your God. I don't want to serve that beast. Okay? Because something is mentally wrong with y'all people. Something is emphatically wrong with y'all to be calling this your God. A God that you say that love, that forgive, that's good all the time. But talking about killing and smiting and murdering babies and children, and it's okay? Come on, man. Now, I know I'm not crazy. I know what I'm reading. Now, if anybody, any minister, pastor could justify this, okay, and tell me, let it make sense why your God did this. So what? Somebody sinned. So what? Somebody did something you didn't want them to do. Isn't that what children do? Isn't that what children do? If your child, you tell your child, hey, when you come from school, do your homework. Don't play the video game. And you come home, your child don't do their homework and they play a video game. Are you going to smite them? Let's just say they did something different. Let's just say they went into a store and broke the store and stole a car and they end up going to jail. Are you going to make the punishment for your child an eternal hellfire to burn forever and ever and ever and ever? But yes, still you love your children. Not even a mother or a father would wish that on their children. But you are telling me a God that love unconditionally would do that to you? Something is wrong with y'all people, man. Y'all are crazy. I don't even, something is wrong with y'all. Like for real, for real. For real, for real. Let us go back to the book. I know a lot of you are going to call me the devil, but it's all right. Y'all are going to call me Satan. It's okay. And it's all right, because all Satan means is adversary. Yes, I'm the adversary of all the BS that's being taught to my people. All right. Y'all think I don't know what words mean? Because that's all Satan means, is adversary. They got y'all thinking it's a man in hell with a pitchfork and a red outfit. They got y'all jacked up, but I ain't the one. And y'all condoning this type of behavior from your disastrous God? Huh? Your murderous God? What's wrong with y'all people, man? And y'all calling us crazy? All right. Now I just went into the Bible and show it to you. It's not in the book no more. I went in the Bible, because I don't want nobody to say, oh, well, Chief, you're reading from a book. The author don't know what he's talking about. No, I went into the Bible. Okay. Well, I mean, family, I mean, Carlene, that's what the Bible is about. The Bible is not about, the Great Spirit. Okay. The Bible is not about that type of salvation. Okay. The Bible is not a spiritual book. The Bible is a man-made book that was created to enslave people. It was the journey of certain ethnic groups going around the world enslaving people. It was their journey. All right. But their kings made themselves gods. That's who the God in the Bible is. But people don't get this. So it's all about their laws in Leviticus. It's all about commerce. That's what it's about. Even Jesus came and explained and broke down commerce, talking about laws and everything. But people, they're not being taught that, because they have to be slaves to the system. These pastors are getting paid. And there are some of them telling the truth. I respect that. But the majority of them are getting paid. And they have signed a contract so that they cannot tell the people the truth. Okay? Now let us continue reading. The law of Moses in Leviticus chapter 25, verse 44 to 46, directly and pointedly allowed the Hebrews to make bondmen of that people and to use them as slaves forever. All right. Now, I don't want to just say that, this author, is being biased when it comes to the Bible. So let us just do one more. And let's go to Leviticus chapter 25, 44 to 46. Let's see if what's being told is actually the truth. All right, that's being talked about in the Bible. So let's just see here for a second. All right. Because I'm not here bashing, okay? I'm here teaching facts. All right? Facts. Let us go to let's go to let me see, Leviticus chapter 25. Leviticus chapter 25, verses 44 to 46. All right.
According to Center for Hebraic Thought, Leviticus chapter 25 verses 44 to 46 permitted the Israelites to purchase and own foreigners and resident aliens as chattel slaves because of their ethnic and social status and because they did not own land.
And resident aliens. Oh, wow. It gets deeper. And resident aliens. Why? Because they did not own land. Why do you think in the Americas black people have to be black? Because they do not own land. Okay? Man, listen. Chief, I don't know if they're ready. I don't know if they're ready, but you know what? I don't know if they're ready. But let's do this. Okay? Let's do this. If y'all don't realize that's what this is about, it's all man-made. Okay? It's all man-made. All right? Let us read this. Right, let me pull that up. And now I'm going into the actual Bible, and I'm not just reading from the book, because I don't want to come off like, I'm being biased or I'm bashing. I'm not Bible bashing. No, that's not what it is. I'm teaching you what your pastors aren't telling you. while they have 97 different collection plates. Leviticus, here we go. Okay. I want to teach you how to free your mind. Okay. Leviticus chapter 25, 44 to 46. 44. Both thy bondmen, equivalent to slave, and thy bondmaids, the female, the man is man and maids are female, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen. Okay, the heathen. Now they're alluding to that the heathen are the Canaanites, right? That are around about you. Okay, of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondsmaid. 45. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy, and of their families that are with you, which begat in your land, and they shall be your possession. 46. And ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever, not for some time, but forever. So obviously, you so-called black people, that is your fate from your God in the Bible. But over your brethren, the children of Israel, ye shall not rule one over the other with rigor. In other words, there's a distinction between God saying, like, you know what, that one set of people, well, let's just suppose, you know what, it wasn't black people. Why would the God say that to anybody, period? I'm even being a little bit less subjective here. Come on, man. Let's go back to the book and read some more. All right, we've been on for a little over 2 hours. We're doing good. We got good time. We got good timing. We good. We good. If y'all still good, y'all with me, man, drop some 8s in the chat. All right, we're going to read some more. Drop some 8s in the chat. All right. Drop some 8s in the chat. YouTube and Facebook. Drop some 8s in the chat. Let's do this. All right, let's go. All right, so there's a chapter, Romans chapter 13, verse 8, and Galatians chapter 14. All right, that love, that love to our neighbor is the fulfilling of the law. How, therefore, can anyone love in the true and holy sense of the word who enslaved a black man? This is answered as follows. God having judicially appointed that race to servitude. Okay, the Bible is saying that God has appointed. Okay, I'm going to say this again. The Bible said that God has appointed the black race to servitude. The law of love cannot be abrogated it any more than the law of love can abrogate several other particulars of judicial appointment. Okay? Abraham, Job, Lot, and thousands of the holy men of old, as well as modern, had vast multitudes of black slaves. Were none of these lovers of God and their neighbors in the true and holy sense of the word? So they're saying that even if they were men of God and lovers of God, God gave them permission to own slaves. It's in your Bible, family. All right. So if y'all don't know what this really is about, let's read next highlighted section. Infants of the Canaanites as the objects of Hebrew slaves purchasers. See Leviticus chapter 25, 45, which reads as follows. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall you buy bondmen, and of their families that are with you, and they shall be your possessions. Okay? Even the children got to be your possessions. Also, you could see Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 20, 21, and chapter 23, verse 17 and 18. All right, you can see that as well. We are now going to the 13th section. Let's see what we have. There's a little highlight here. President Boyer of Santo Domingo, offered to the free Negroes of America 6,000 in number to give them land in the island if they would come and live there and work the land. All right. Now I'm going to read a little bit. I didn't highlight that, but I'm just going to read just a little more on the right side of the page. All right, guys. All right. So from the highlight, I'm going to read again. All right. President Boyer of Santo Domingo, I'm assuming that's Santo Domingo, offered to the free Negroes of America. Now, let me ask you a question. Where did these free Negroes come from? Even in this book, he's mentioning free Negroes of America. Where did they come from? Or are they truly Negroes? Or because of their complexion, you're calling them Negroes and not admitting that they're the colored races. But you call them free Negroes. So if they were free Negroes, which they talk about free Negroes all over the America, it is quite evident that we all did not come from Africa. Okay? So, but it reads, but when they had seen the country and the people, their own race, they were glad to return to America, as bad as their condition to be in the United States, which they preferred to all the mighty privileges of Haiti. They're talking about Haiti under a black president or king. All right. Now, why would Haiti have a so-called black king during slavery? But I'll leave that alone. Okay. Barclay further states that the case of the Maroons in Jamaica is no better, showing how little the possession of mere freedom betters the Negro's condition. So this writer is saying that another writer said that even looking at the Maroons in Jamaica, even if they were free, them having their freedom, it didn't even better their condition. All right. Now you could see once again, this dude is crazy. But I enjoyed the reading the book though, because you know what? It opened up so many different perspectives, right? They have been free ever since the English took possession of the land. Have the inquiries, Barclay, become more civilized or more industrious? Even one knows they have not. The men continue to roam half naked in the woods, hunting and fishing, compelling their women to do work and entirely disregarding all the conveniences of industrious life, choosing rather to be thus wretched than to labor. So let me ask you a question. So because a lot of the Maroons and indigenous people choose to walk around with not a lot of clothes and not be industrious, that means that what? They are no better off? Wow. Like I tell you, man, if you're going to read this book, you better have a high self-esteem. I'm telling you, the reason why I cried is not because I have a low self-esteem, it's because I cried for people who call themselves black, because they don't realize that curse that was put on them by the God in this Bible. You feel me? Yeah. Now, this is exactly the character of their brethren, the Hindentuts, and the other tribes of Africa who are so lazy and improvident, says Damberger, The Traveler, Volume 1, page 57, that they will nearly starve before they will even fish or hunt, preferring to wander the woods, living on berries and roots. Man, something is wrong with this dude. You know, I mean, I laughed and cried at the same time. Okay. Now, this part, now they're talking about these heel coolies are not Negroes, but a yellow Swati race of the lowest of the laboring caste in India. Now, they even mentioned Trinidad, right? So let me see. Because at one point, when the indigenous, the original Arawaks of Trinidad as well, when it was made against the law to enslave them, then they had to get other people to enslave. So yes, they did bring some pale slaves, then they brought some Negro slaves, and then finally they brought some what they call coolies. All right, they came from India. Okay, so now the people that you see in Trini right now, they call the Coolie. All right, in the islands, we call Coolie people like those you see in India, some of them in Guyana, and people call them the original Indians. They are not the original Indians. They are other Indians, East Indians. All right, we call them Coolie. All right, they're saying that they're not Negroes, but they are yellowish Swati race of the lowest of the laboring caste of India. In other words, they are the vagrants or the vagabonds of India, and they took them and sent them, some of them, all over the Americas, all right, to also be to serve, in servantry. Okay, so just wanted to give you guys a little history on that and what a coolie is, or who a coolie is. Okay. All right, next page, next highlighted section. The air for the smile was poised. All right, the air for the smile for miles was poisoned with the influvier of the dead. The river choked with floating corpus, jackals, vultures, and crocodiles, fattened upon the bodies of men, women, and infants. In many cases, even before life was extinct. This occurred in the British India in the reign of Victoria I. All right, so they're giving a little bit of history. I highlighted that to let you know a lot of what these people did. Now, hold on for a second. Oh, I just said what coolies were. I know what they are. All right, so let's read that again. The air for miles was poisoned with the, if it's supposed, I guess it's in whatever that word is. Let me see. I think an F was an S when they wrote that. So it might have been effluvia or something like that, but of the dead. All right. The river choked with floating corpus. Jackals, vultures, and crocodiles fattened upon the bodies of men, women, and infants, in many cases, even before life was extinct. This occurred in the British India in the reign of Victoria. I mean, I'm literally just killing a whole bunch of indigenous people. All right. And now here they are talking about, in this section, in more talking about, right now in the Americas, particularly the United States, talking about legislation, talking about the West Indian companies and all those different things. So we are going to get into a few things. Like I said, it's a good read, but you definitely need to you got to have a high self-esteem to read that. All right. Next, were the 3.5 million of slaves in the South set free, the whole state would become infested with gangs and bandit parties in all the wild and more unsettled regions of the country, instead of cleaving heart and soul to hard labor, as does the white man, for the sake of bettering physically and morally the condition of his race, and to keep it thus. Now, they are now talking about the South, okay, in the United States. So this writer is saying that were the 3.5 million slaves in the South, if they were set free, the whole state would become infested with gangs and bandit and parties in the wild and more unsettled regions of the country, instead of the cleaving heart and soul to hard labor, as does the white man, for the sake of bettering physically and morally the condition of his race, and to keep it thus bettered. All right. So remember when I showed y'all the video, okay, the documentary, a little clip from what was that? Did I show y'all a clip where I spoke about it? I mentioned it about that first movie that was created, I think, in the early 1900s or the late 1800s. Something Nation, Birth of a Nation, the very first one that was done in black and white. Okay, that is exactly what they were talking about. Okay, and they made the movie. If you show and you allow so-called black people to hold legislative bodies and become powerful in politics, what they would do, gangs and infestation and drinking and all these different things. Once again, family, this was a plan that was devised, Okay, it was devised a very long time ago. Okay, this is nothing new. Nothing new. All right, just so y'all know. All right, we are going to the 14th section. 14th section. All righty, here we go. Highlighted sections only. Land of Canaan, as he had promised to Abraham, Genesis chapter 15, verse 16. We do not learn from the scriptures that the Hebrews during their stay in Egypt were slaves in an object or property sense of the word, and that they were bought and sold as much among the Egyptians, but that they were vassals only, and were compelled to pay a heavy tax in labor to the government, which toward the close of their stay in that country became exorbitant in extreme. Next, we come to the conclusion that they were not held as personal slaves, the same as Negroes are in the southern states, because it is seen from Exodus chapter 12, verse 32, that they had vast herds of flocks and cattle. Now, let me ask you a question. This is how biased this dude is, right? He's comparing, okay, the state of being with some of the slaves in Egypt, right? So-called Negroes. Some of them were not to be slaves but vassals. Why? Because they had land, they had large, vast of herds and flocks and cattle. Now let me ask you a question. If we had came from Africa on slave ships, why at that time in the height of slavery we had all the land and all the cattle and we had all the herds? All right, so now this author is talking now about so-called blacks in the United States, particularly the South. So let's read this again. We come to the conclusion. Now, he said that's the conclusion that they derived or they came up with, okay? We come to the conclusion that they are not held as personal slaves, the same as the Negroes are in the southern states, because it is seen from Exodus chapter 12, verse 32, that they have vast herds of flocks and of cattle. Now, why is this author, okay, comparing the so-called blacks, okay, in the southern states with those in Exodus chapter 12, verse 32? Once again, family, I keep telling y'all, that's what this was about. The Bible has nothing to do with a sky daddy. Okay, the God in the Bible is nobles and kings that call themselves gods, all right, and make their own laws. That's what this book is about. Let us read some more. If flocks and herds, then they had the possession and occupancy of land. You hear that? Because if you could never own cattle and own herd and all this without owning the possession of land. So let me ask you another question. If we had came from Africa, how is that we own the land in the South? How is that we own the land all over the Americas? But let's read this again. If flocks and herds, then they had the possession and occupancy of land, which would also suppose houses in which they dwelt, enjoying all the domiciliary appendages of society, governing what? Themselves, yet it is a tributary condition. So he's saying that even if they had land and governed themselves, all right, a tributary condition, that this was the fact. A fact is shown from Exodus chapter 9, verse 7, where it is written, the Pharaoh sent, and behold, there was not one of the cattle of the Israelites dead. But to what place did Pharaoh send to find this out? To the Goshen, the country which was given to the Israelites when they came first into Egypt. So it begs the question again. Didn't I teach y'all that the first Egypt was in America? Family. You see how it all comes back into 360? Wow, man. I keep telling y'all, man. This is not a game. Let us continue reading. If the Hebrews were actually slaves as persons who are bought and sold, then it was impossible for them to possess property as land, houses, cattle, and herds, or to have maintained a system of nobility or eldership, which they certainly did, as appears from Exodus chapter 7, verse 21, who at the very time of their oppression and of the plagues lived in Goshen, as in evident from Exodus chapter 8, verse 22. Had they been slaves, this could not have been, as people of that caste have no titles or dignitaries, no nobility of any description, property, or social compacts, as the Hebrews had at the very time when Moses demanded their release from Pharaoh and when they delivered them out of the country. Next. Egypt was the house in which God saw fit to place the seed of Abraham, till such time as the nations of the land of Canaan should become ripe for destruction, when he intended to take the Hebrew away from the Egyptians as he had promised Abraham. Genesis chapter 15, verse 13 and 14. The sojourn of the people of Israel in the country of Egypt was not, therefore, a state of bond slavery in which the Egyptians claimed and held them as their property, but only as a nation of vassals, providentially placed among them, who at account of their rapid increase in the country oppressed them grievously in order to keep them from becoming numerous, as appears in Exodus 1, chapter 9 to 11. Now, this writer is so biased and so racist that he did state that the Egyptians were so-called black. Okay, but he's saying that even when they had the Hebrews, they were just vassals and not slaves, because he will not, and I'm not saying it's okay to enslave anyone, but he will not give the so-called black people or Negro the benefit of saying that you own slaves. You know why? Because he's supposed to be at the bottom of the totem pole. You could never be a landlord. You feel me? But a tenant. But let's read some more. All right. Had there not been a body politic in Egypt, they could not have acquired wealth so as to have left the country possessed of great substance, besides that which the Egyptians in their fear bestowed upon them when they went out of the country toward the Red Sea. All right. Egypt, is it true, is often alluded to in the scriptures as having been the house of bondage to the Hebrews and their condition while there, that of the bondmen, yet of the vassal character, not property slaves, states of human being widely different from each other. So now he's differentiating. It's like the game that they play, right? Oh, now, you know what? Well, white people came into the Americas. Oh, no, they were not slaves. They were indentured servants. But the blacks that came, they were slave family. I keep telling y'all of the mind games, the wordplay. You feel me? Same thing here, being spoken of in the biblical time. It's all wordplay. All right? The United States, while under the yoke of Great Britain, was a condition of national bondage, but no man was a bond slave on that account. And yet, in principle, their condition was just the same with the Hebrews in Egypt, except the latter were more severely treated. Now, let's break that down. Once again, family, remember I gave y'all some lessons and broke down the whole slavery narrative in the Americas. I taught you who were the kings and queens and the nobles of Europe. While the so-called pale man came here, all right, they were fighting for their freedom once again from black kings, so-called black kings. Okay, it's been confirmed here again in this book. Let's read this again. The United States, while under the yoke of Great Britain, remember, Great Britain, the Britons, they were black kings. They were nobility. But hear what this dude is saying. was a condition of national bondage. But no man was a bond slave, because he's talking about the pale ones, right? On the account, and yet in principle, okay, in the absolute, their condition was just the same with the Hebrews in Egypt, with a condition, except the latter were more severely treated. In other words, the so-called blacks, they were more severely treated. But the so-called white man, now, it was just a national bondage, okay, just in principle. But he wasn't a bond slave. In other words, he was an indentured servant. Isn't that what I've been teaching y'all? Because the pale man, when he came here as a slave. I'm not going to sugarcoat it and say indentured servantry and then say so-called black people came here as slaves. No, they all came as slaves. And when I say slaves, meaning that they came on contracts, okay? Whether you call it indentured servantry for 7 years, but when the contract was up, they all became slaves. All right? And once again, the civil rights did not start because of us. The civil rights started because of the so-called pale man. He was fighting for his civil rights from the black kings of Britain. Okay? But of course, our people took up that plight as well. Y'all gonna learn. Those who have ears, let them hear. Eyes, let them see. Read some more. At the time of the confusion of the languages, or the language, there was none of the races of Shem and Japheth there. That operation, the building of the tower, was wholly of Negro invention, who had the requisite geometrical knowledge at the time derived from the house of Noah, who brought this knowledge with all other from beyond the flood. Now, earlier, when we were reading, didn't this author say that Negroes didn't build anything? That they couldn't build anything? Now, he's backbiting. He's a folk tongue again. You see, double talking. I thought the Negroes didn't create anything. But now you want to give them credit for the Tower of Babel, right? Because it was something bad came out of it, supposedly. Let's read this again. At the time of the confusion of the language, there was none of the race of Shem. He was saying that the race of Shem, which is the copper-colored, okay, or Japheth, the so-called white man, all right, they were not, in that operation, in the building of the tower. But I thought the so-called black man didn't build anything. Oh, well, I guess he said Africa. Okay, just in Africa. Okay, my bad. Right? But anyway, if that was the case, then if they were the same people, how come all of a sudden Africans don't know anything? So I'm showing you the bias of this book. All right? Was woolly Negro invention. Oh, so the tower was Negro invention, huh? Who had the requisite geographical knowledge at the time derived from the house of Noah, who brought this knowledge with all others from beyond the flood. All right, let's go to the next. Let's read some more. The scriptures in the law of Moses make a great distinction between a slave and a hired man. See Leviticus chapter 25, verse 39 and 40, where it is written as follows: Thou shalt not compel him, a Hebrew, to serve as a bond servant, but as a hired servant. Okay? Solomon says in Ecclesiastic chapter 6, verse 7, that all the labor of man is for this month, which is his portion and reward under the sun. All right, let's go. We are going to the 15th section. I'm going to tell, and I'm going to show y'all where I broke down and cry. Okay, because like I said, I had to literally prepare myself to read this book because I know it was going to be a spiritual journey. You feel me? It was going to be a spiritual journey. You know what I mean? Let us continue to read. The patriarch Job did thus toward his slaves. Now, if Job was such a man, a valued man of God, okay, inspired by God, why did he have slaves? But you know what? Let's leave this alone. Let's just read. The patriarch Job did thus towards his slaves, and no more. See chapter 31, verse 13, where he says that he did not, despite the cause of his man or maid, servant, and yet he did not manumil them after all. Let's go to the next highlighted section. Job chapter 31, verse 13, as follows. In ancient times, slaves had no action at law against their masters. They might dispose of them as they did their cattle or any other property. Now, you tell me, what does that sound like? Doesn't that sound like the black Christian codes, family? That's what the Bible was written for. Okay? That's what it was for. Okay? That's what this is about. Let's read this again. It's in the Bible. Job chapter 31, verse 13, as follows. In ancient time, slaves had no action at law against their masters. They might dispose of them as they did their cattle or any other property. In other words, you ain't got no rights. Same thing with so-called black people today. You have no rights because why? You are cursed for life. You have taken the curse of the pale man. You have no rights, family, if you call yourself black. The slave might complain, which is what black people do, and the master might hear him if he pleased, but he was not compelled to do so. Why do you think they're not hearing you? Because they're not compelled to do so. You know why? Because their God told them that you are to be enslaved for time immemorial, into perpetuity. So you can march as much as you want. You could complain as much as you want. You could scream for how much justice you want or how much equality that you want. It's not going to happen. Why? Because you have accepted the curse of the pale man. Go tell Umar Johnson, break it down to you like that. Next, let's read. The slave might complain, but the master might hear him if he pleases. But he was not compelled to. Job states that he admitted them, however, to civil rights. Hold up. Where's that? How it come that word is in the Bible? Civil rights. That's interesting. And far from preventing their case from being heard, he was ready to permit them to complain. In other words, I will give you permission to complain. Isn't that what the government gave you permission to complain? Isn't that what the First Amendment is about? Oh, well, you have the right to complain, the right to gather, the right of free speech. Family, where do you think all that is coming from? Anyway, that was a little sinister laugh right there, right? All right. A little sarcasm, by the way. All right. Now, let's read some more. Even against himself, and to give him all the benefit of the law. All right. Job was a righteous man, and in that thing did right. And yet we do not learn that he set his slaves free. In other words, okay, we will give you the right to complain. We will hear you if we want to. We will allow you to march. Okay. But guess what? There's no way we're going to set you free. All right? Let every slaveholder do the same. Josephus states, Antiquities of the Jews, book number 4, page 130, that the slaves were not allowed to be witnesses in any court. Go read the Black Christian codes once more. Y'all think it's a game, huh? Let's read that the Hebrews were not to marry with the Negroes of Canaan. It is evident from Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 3. And it reads as follows: Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Now, the author is insinuating in parentheses that them okay, denotes Canaanites. Now, that could be disputed. I don't know, right? So I guess we're going to have to trace back the lineage, all right, to see what it is. And then we would have to be convinced that Canaan is a son of Ham, and therefore, as a posterity of Ham, it means that that curse also befalls him. Okay? Thy daughter shalt thou not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou not take unto the son. Here it is, plain that the law of Moses forbade amalgamation among the Jew blood with that of the Negroes. Okay? Isn't that the same thing they did here with eugenics? Isn't that the same thing that Walter Ashby Plecker was doing? Family, it is all connected. You see how I'm bringing it back into 316, even using the Bible? Come on, man. Come on, family. Let's read some more. Moses, as a flagrant sinner against his own law for having married that Ethiopian woman who was considered a Negro, right? Not so is our reply. For Moses did that thing some 40 years before the time the law was given to him from Mount Sinai. So he's saying that it's okay. All right. Even if Moses married a Negro woman, that happened before the law was given to him. Okay, so in other words, before God said, thou shalt not kill, everybody I killed is irrelevant. Now that I know God said, thou shalt not kill, the people that I killed in the past, it's all love. I'm going to heaven. That's what the Bible teaches. You see what I'm saying? Kill as many as you want. As long as you get Jesus to say, forgive me. You died for my sins. You are going to this beautiful heaven that they tell people is waiting in the sky for them. Why do you think these people could do things and get away with it? And then you forgive because they taught you to turn the other cheek. You see, Chief Kalanago don't forgive. You feel me? Because that goes against nature. If you sit down, all right, if you have a seat and you have a drink, okay, and you conspire to hurt me intentionally, I'm not going to forgive you. No, I'm going to ask my ancestors, I'm going to ask the universe to come down with the wrath and give it to you 10 times fold, including your generations to come, your posterity, because that's the curses that you put on my people, and I'm going to rebuke you with it. Period. I don't forgive. That's not in nature. You see what I'm saying? Even the most minute animal in nature don't forgive. They come attack their children, they fight to the death. We are the only ones that allow that BS. I don't play that. So he's saying that, yes, Moses, but here's the thing. See how I could contradict this author right there. All right. Now, he's not saying that Moses is of the lineage of Japheth. So he's saying Moses supposedly is from the lineage of Shem, which is the beloved seed. Okay, so Moses is considered a copper-colored individual from that lineage, okay, from Shem. All right. Now, with that being said, okay, with that being said, if that's the case, we know for sure that he wasn't pale, because when Miriam, his sister, okay, she was mad and she was complaining, right? When she was mad and she was complaining, what did God do to her in the Bible? Made her skin become leprosy, right? When Moses put his hand in his bosom, all right, and he pulled it out, it was of leprosy. So obviously he wasn't pale. Okay. So I guess he might have been one of the copper-colored, all right? But he married a Negro woman. Let's read some more. So he's saying that was before Moses had gotten the law, all right, of God than any other man who had been born and brought up among the Egyptians. But when he received the law, then he became informed of the will and the designs of God in that, as well as in all other matters. So basically, right now, the God in the Bible is saying that no other race should marry the Negro race, because why? Why? Because they are the lowest of the low. And anytime you marry a Negro, you are degrading yourself. You are belittling yourself. Okay? You are becoming filth. That's in the Bible. And let's just suppose Let's just suppose you don't think the Canaanite is the Negro. Why would a God say this about the Canaanite? Who's the Canaanite? Hmm? All right, then. Let us go. To prove this, see Genesis chapter 37. Pardon me, chapter 38. The whole chapter where is related the history of Judah's having had three sons by Canaanith or Canaanitish or Canaanitish women, who of course was a negress. Two of those sons were slain by the Lord for a certain wickedness they did, while the third son, Selah, by the name escaped. Genesis chapter 38, verse 7 and 10. But it is not reckoned in the line of the holy seed, which is the seed of Shem, okay, Seth, the holy seed, all right, which was continued through another branch of Judah's blood, namely by the son of Tammuz, a Jewess. Okay. One of the nations of Canaan appointed to that doom by Joshua chapter 9, verse 23 as follows. Now therefore ye are cursed, and there shall none of you be freed from being bondmen, and heirs of wood and drawers of water for the house of my God. All that's done in the name of their God. Okay. All right. Let us go to the next one. All righty. Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 3 and onward, as well as the book of Joshua chapter 23, verse 12 and 13, where it was strictly forbidden under the displeasure of Jehovah himself. Okay, that was Jehovah himself, the God in the Bible, to every individual of the 12 tribes of the Jews to marry with any of the Canaanitish race, which consented of 7 mighty nations, all of whom are set forth by the name in this same 7th chapter of Deuteronomy. Now, if Rahab had been of that race and belonged by blood, belonged by blood to any of those 7 nations, Solomon would not, as a prince of the tribe of Judah, have been allowed to have had his woman for a wife. Rahaz, therefore, was of the blood of Shem, and but a citizen of the country as an inhabitant only, while by race she possessed no consanguinity to the blood of Ham. Solomon, as a prince of the regal line of Judah, of which tribe came our Lord, could not have violated the law of Moses in so flagrant and horrid manner as to have married a black woman, a Canaanite, and thus to have provoked the vengeance of God of Abraham, which is everywhere threatened as often as the subject is alluded to in all books of law. In all books of law, not just the biblical law, but in all books of law. Okay? Dealing with a Negro under these circumstances is going to curse you from their God. Okay? Thus, we defend as we believe our opinion, they did state that, which asserts that the blood of the Negro race did not at all mix with the lineage blood of the Savior of mankind. So in other words, they're saying that Jesus, okay, have no blood of the Negro, period, or else he wouldn't have been the Savior. So let me ask you a question with all you Christians and my brothers and sisters in Africa, right? Why do you have this pale Jesus on your wall? Okay? Because he's not your Savior. And to all my brothers and sisters right here in the Americas, why do you have this image of this pale man in your homes telling your children that this is Jesus and that's the Savior? Guess what? He doesn't have your blood in his vein. So he didn't come to save you. He came to enslave you. Period, point blank. Because he brought the sword. Y'all gonna learn. Leviticus chapter 21, verse 18. This regulation was doubtless to guard the blood of the priesthood from any contamination of the race of Ham, as prominent feature of the people is a flat nose. All right. So let me tell y'all something. When they're teaching that to people and children, what type of inferior complex do you think they're going to develop? Man, listen, man. Y'all better recognize, man. Y'all better recognize what's going on. All right? Y'all better recognize what the deal is. I'm telling y'all, man. My ancestors didn't send me to play games. Y'all better recognize that. All right? Let's read some more. See Genesis chapter 24, verse 35 as follows. And the Lord have blessed my master Abraham greatly, and he has become great, and have given him flocks and herds and silver and gold and manservants and maidservants and camels and asses. Let us go to the next highlighted section. With the origin of slavery, the present existing slaveholder population of the United States had nothing to do, therefore, for that they are not to be held accountable. Let's read this again. With the origin of slavery, the present existing slave holding. Remember, this book was published in the 1800s. So let's go back to that time, family. All right. Let's go back to that time. All right. With the origin of slavery, the present existing slave holding population of the United States had nothing to do. Okay. Let's read this again. With the origin of slavery, the present existing slave holding population of the United States had nothing to do, therefore, for that they are not to be held accountable. They did not bring the blacks from their native land, either by purchase or as prisoners of war. What did I tell y'all? They came into existence with them in their possession, the same as their landed estates and every other species of property which they inherited from their fathers, and are therefore under the divine supervision, morally and politically bound to protect and shield them from the physical suffering, the same as they are bound to protect and abide their children, apprentices, or other dependents. Now, I'm going to read this again. With the origin of slavery, the present existing slaveholding population of the United States had nothing to do. Therefore, for that they are not to be held accountable. Okay? In other words, no matter what we did, we should not be held accountable. Why do you think y'all black people cannot get reparations? Because y'all don't see it. Reparations wasn't meant for you in their Bible. But that's the book that you got every Sunday, Saturday, on your knees praying to their God. But let's read some more. They did not bring the blacks from their native land, wherever that is, either by purchase or as prisoners of war. They're saying they did not bring them as purchase or prisoners of war. What does that mean, family? It's not telling you or solidifying when I told you that these people, those that did come, they did not come here as slaves, family. Didn't I tell you they came here as indentured servants? All right. Y'all going to learn today. Y'all going to learn today. Let's read some more. They came into existence with them in possession, the same as their landed estates and every other species of property which they inherited from their fathers. Now, you see, you have to read between the lines, family. When you read, you have to read with understanding. That's why Chief Kalinago is always in the spirit, man. I keep telling you, I keep moving in the spirit. Now, what did Martin Luther King say? The Negro is exiled in his own land, right? Boom. We're going to break this down. Let me share something with y'all real quick, man. Let me just stop here for a second. Because a lot of you might think this is a game. No, it's not a game. Give me 1 second. I got to stop sharing this screen real quick. Boom. Give me 1 second here, all right? Let's go look at this real quick. Definition of exiled.
Here's the definition of exiled: of a person having been expelled and barred from one's native country, typically for political or punitive reasons.
Let's go to the definition of exile and see the moment when Martin Luther King got up and woke up and they had to take him out. Y'all think it's a game? Like I tell y'all, don't play with me, man. I know my stuff. Okay? Let's go look at that first. Okay? Let's go look at definition of exiled. Why do you think Martin Luther King used that word? Particularly, he used that word exiled. He could have said anything else. You gotta get the codes, family. You gotta get the codes. All right, let's read. Exiled: of a person having been expelled and barred from one's native country, typically for political or punitive reasons. Let's read this again. Of a person having been expelled and barred from one's native country, typically for political or punitive reasons. Martin Luther King was telling you, finally, I figured it out. The Negroes, you are the American Indians. You are the original. This is your land. Now, let us go back to the book. Let us go back to the book. You see how when he was talking about all the other Africans and all the other Egyptians, he was putting them in a location. All of a sudden, he talking about the blacks in the U.S. He just said native country. Family, I'm keep telling y'all, man, I'm dangerous with this. All right, y'all just don't know. Y'all just don't know, because when I read, I don't just look at the words. Okay, I go beyond the page and I pull what the man is saying out. All right, let us go read this. Let's read this. Once again, that's why I say let's read this a few times. Let us not read to finish. Let's read to understand. Let's read this again. With the origin of slavery, we are talking about the United States right here now. Existing slaveholders' population of the United States had nothing to do, therefore, that they are not to be held accountable. They did not bring the blacks from their native land, either by purchase or as prisoners of war. They came into existence. In other words, they came into existence as slaves with them in their possession. So when they took possession of our land, they enslaved our people. Boom. I could drop the mic. I could shut this down right now. Because a people without a land, guess what? Are a people that are enslaved by the people who discovered, supposedly, okay, the land. There you go. All right. So they became slaves. All right. So they became slaves with them from their possessions, the same as their landed estates and every other species of property which they inherited from where? Their fathers, and therefore under the divine supervision, morally and politically bound to protect and shield them from all physical suffering. In other words, since we got your land, we made you slaves, so we are bound, okay, by divine supervision. In other words, by the Bible, the God Bible, it's our duty to protect you from physical harm. That's why you have to run to the master every time something happened to you. Bomboclat. So, man, I'm telling y'all don't even know. This is real. This is real. The same as they are bound to protect and shield your children. Why do you think they have to put them in your schools? Because that's part of the plan. Local parentis. I've already did a lecture on that. When you put them in your school, they are taking the place of you. Apprentices or other dependents. Let us move on. I had to read that like a million times so y'all could get it. Okay? Let's read some more. Reading is fun for the mental. All right? There is another evidence there is another evidence that the habitations of this race, the blacks, are of divine appointment, and that is that they are suited in their formation and physical constitution to a torrid region, as torrid region of North America is therefore best suited to their comfort and happiness. We conclude it in their natural home. And as this country, through the providence of God, has been put into the power and ownership of the white race, and as the two races cannot exist together in a state of political equality, it follows that if the Negro race exists in the South at all as the people, it must be a condition of surveillance or subordination of some sort. Why do you think they have cameras all over? Family, that was in the 1800s. So if y'all don't think I know what I'm talking about, let us break this down again. Okay? Let's read this a few times because I want it to digest. I want this to digest. So please, if you need to drink some water, drink some water. Okay? There is another evidence we are talking about here now, that the habitations of this race, talking about the so-called black race of North America, okay, are of divine appointment, and that is that they are suited in the formation and physical constitution to a torrid region, as torrid region of North America is therefore best suited to their comfort and happiness. We conclude it is their natural home. But listen, don't let me get Jamaican on y'all right now. Okay? Even this racist fool is telling you that we are the original people of this land. Even he is telling you that. And guess what? Remember? See how he spoke of the Africans? Didn't I read other books telling you they compared the American Aborigines to the Africans? Here's another comparison. Guess what he said? Let's read this again. And I'm not putting down our African brothers and sisters. No, I want to uplift them. I want them to know that they don't have to be subjected to this curse, to these ideologies, because that's not their reality. That's what they accepted. But let us read this again. There is another evidence that the habitations of this race, the so-called blacks, are of divine appointment. And that is that they are suited for their formation and physical constitution to a torrid region. Okay? So when this native's talking about, nah, that y'all ain't the original people, fam. No. I could go into literally every direction and prove to you who we are. As torrid as North America is, therefore best suited to their comfort and happiness, we conclude it is their natural home. Like I said, Martin Luther King said the Negro is exiled in his own land. When Malcolm X thought he was African, when he went to Africa, when he come back and says, you are the Aborigines, but you don't like being called the Aborigines. Okay? But let us read some more. And as this country, through the providence, they're saying now, through the providence of God, has been put into power and ownership of the white race. In other words, God gave the white man this land. Okay? The God in the Bible. All right? The same one y'all serve. They gave it to y'all. All right? But when I say they, I'm talking about the system, because it wasn't the pale man who brought it here. Okay? He just adopted it. What you guys don't realize is this. The pale man went through the same thing. All he's doing now is reversing what happened to him. Okay? Because he was Christianized by the black kings of Europe. And he's just returning the favor. But the mistake he did was put all so-called black people in one boat and not differentiate between the American Aborigines and the people who came here. So now it is up to us to claim who we are. But a lot of you don't get it. A lot of you don't get it. Okay? Let's read some more. All right, so the white race, and as the two races cannot exist together in a state of political equality, Even the so-called pale man is telling you we cannot exist in a state of political equality. So why are y'all fighting for equality for? It's never going to happen. They are telling you that. It follows that because it's not a design of their God. It's not a providence of their God. It goes against the will of their God to make you an equal, you so-called black people. Okay? Cannot exist together in a state of political equality. It follows that if the Negro race exists in the South at all as a people, it must be what? In a condition of surveillance. They got to keep an eye on you, okay? The police got to keep harassing you. They got to have the cameras to your every move. And guess what? And or subordination of some sort or another. When are y'all going to learn, my people? When are you going to learn? I'm breaking it down in layman's term. Okay? In fact, this little part right here, I didn't highlight that, but I'm going to read it just because I like to read. The Negro man has as good a right to exist as has the white man, but he has not as good a right to rule or give laws to society. They're telling you that. They are telling you that. Okay? This is evident from the black man's mental inferiority and consequent inability to discharge those high functions as the history of the past and the observation of the present abound. NLT prove. Okay? And like I said, y'all could read this entire thing for yourself. I just highlighted some things because this was painful for me to read and that's why I cried when I got to a certain part. Okay, not because I identified as being black. I know I'm not black, but the people who do, the American Aborigines who call themselves black. I cried for y'all. Okay? I cried for y'all. And they talk about the different states and, you know what I'm saying? Let me see. And they also talk about slavery in Mexico and, you know, all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Where slavery, you know, in Mexico existed from time immemorial, you know, once again, talking about the blacks of Mexico. So all that stuff is in there. Like I said, it's a good read, but you better have a high self-esteem. Okay? For real, for real. Let's read this next highlighted section. But the case is far different with the Mexican slave. Contrary to his will, he is pressed on into the service and forced to fight the battles of his country. Though he own not a foot of soil, nor never can, surely then the condition of the slaves of our southern states is far superior to that of the people of Mexico. So they're saying that even if we're all so-called slaves in the South, all right, but compared to the Mexicans, we have more of a prestige. We are more prestigious slaves because the Mexicans cannot own no soil, okay, or never will. All right, that is coming from, you know, the thoughts and the ideologies of the pale race. Okay, let's read some more. By their policy, the present protective system of slavery would be dissolved and the whole slave population in the United States emancipated in our midst and thrown upon their own resources, resources for substance. What would be the consequence? A state of degradation and misery similar to that which now exists in Mexico must inevitably follow. In other words, so they're saying that, and remember, that was published in the 1800s, right? If they abolish slavery, what would happen if it were to be dissolved, right? Literally, the blacks would make the South worse than Mexico. That's what they're saying. That would be the consequence. You feel me? Now, it's saying, for the landholders, to any extent, they can never become, and without this, how are they to be saved from certain misery? All right? Says our objector, This is easily shown when they hire out and by their wages sustain themselves and their families and do other poor men of the land. But this is a conclusion which practically experience does not sustain. The immense number of slave population amounting to nearly 4 million and rapidly increasing would of necessity prevent it. Were this vast host to be made dependent upon their daily wages for a support, it would fail them. Even today, whatever you're getting paid, it will fail you because, again, we don't practice group economics, but that's another story. They could not compete with the white laborers that would immediately flood the states which they are now inhabit. Family, it was all planned. It was all a blueprint. Okay? The consequence would be that they would be again cast upon the mercy of the whites, who do now and always will compose the landholders of the country. Okay? Including these natives. Y'all better wake up and see what's going on because they all related. They came from the same stock. All right? Truth in your face. How do you like me now? In this condition of things, in order to prevent an unbounded increase of permissorism throughout the entire United States, which in time would certainly issue vagrant laws, would have to be enacted. In other words, if they allow so-called Negroes, and I'm talking about the 1800s, to roam free, they would have to institute vagrant laws, okay, to be enacted, by which they would be curtailed in their liberty of wandering from place to place, and thus become, in all probability, as wretched as the miserable chiefs of Mexico. Hear what they call in our Mexican brothers and sisters? Let us read some more. There exists but one hope of escape from a fate so dreadful, and death is that hope. For it is well known that in all the free states, the blacks have decreased rapidly in number. I'm going to read that again. There exists but one hope for you blacks, all right, of escape from a fate of dreadful, and death is that hope. Read that again. That was the mindset in the 1800s when the pale man took over. Those are the descendants of the people who are police officers right now. Those are the descendants of the people who own the courts right now. Those are the descendants of the people who own the jail right now. Oh, okay. Maybe Chief don't know what he's talking about, huh? But let's read a little more. In the state of New York, where they have been free only since 1828, they have decreased in population more than one half. This is doubtless occasioned by their extreme poverty and imprudence toward their infants, which for want of care as respect as covering from the elements suitable food and clothing and medical attendance die in great numbers. So they poison you with the food and now they blame you for it. All right, interesting. This last is not a matter of surprise to us all, as it is but a natural characteristics of the race. In other words, a natural characteristics of the so-called black people is to what? Self-destruct. My people, when I'm talking to y'all, man, y'all better listen. Okay? Y'all better listen. Let us go to the next. It has also prevented, in a multitude of instances, masters from learning their slaves to read, a blessing which many a Christian master would gladly have extended to his slave had he not been thus prevented. Now, family, this is when it started to get really deep for me. Okay, and I'll point out the part where I broke down. You feel me? Because of what Christianity did to my people. And my people will not see it because they are so blinded. They are so blinded by this God that was given to them. They are so blinded by this book that was given to them, and they have no idea why it was given to them. Okay? This was real for me. You feel me? It has also prevented, in multitude of instances, masters of learning, the masters from learning their slaves to read. A blessing which many a Christian master would gladly have extended to his slave had it not been thus prevented. To the slaves, we would say, regard not the abolitionist as your friend, for such he is far from being. The best friend you have on earth is a kind of master or mystery or mistress whom you can all secure by faithfully doing your duty. So they're saying that even the people that wanted to abolish slavery, they're not your friend. Your best friend is your master or your slave. Hence, let's go back to the verse. Slave, obey your earthly masters as you would your God in heaven, because that's your best friend. Wow. Wow. It got real for me. Let's read some more. Okay. Let me see. Let me see, to the slaves. All right. So they're saying that, to the abolitionists, all right, they're not your friends. Your best friend is your master or mistress, all right, to secure all of your faithful duties. Serve them faithfully. Be content with your lot and give no heed to those who would take you from your homes, and God will reward you for it. In other words, be obedient to your masters and God will reward you. Family, that's what the Bible taught our people. And you see why I got a problem with that book? You see why I don't subscribe to that devil in that book being called God? But a lot of you would not get it. You feel me? Let us read some more. That there are many honest-hearted men in the party who are actuated by pure sympathy for their slave in what they have been erroneously taught to believe is the unhappy and oppressed condition in which he is placed, we freely admit. But these people are deceived. They have allowed themselves to be duped and imposed upon by corrupt and unprincipled demagogues who are prompted by no other than a desire to build up their own fame and fortunes upon the ruins of those of the honorable and unsuspecting of our land. That they are deceived is proven from the fact that 9/10 of those who travel through the southern states and see the slave counted and happy in the enjoyment of liberty and those blessings which a human and Christian master delights to provide for those entrusted to his care, return fully convinced that the servant is happy of two, and that to change their relations might be a benefit to the master, but not to the slave. Had the masses of the abolition party the opportunity of making these observations personally, we honestly believe that the universal conclusion of all the good and virtuous would be the same. In other words, they're saying that all the people who wanted to abolish slavery, if they had went down to the South and see how happy the slaves were, they would allow the slaves to be who they are and not try to, abolish slavery in layman's terms. The average condition of the free blacks of the North will not bear a comparison with that of the slaves of the South. Were we to advance the removal of slavery at all, we should be actuated rather out of sympathy for the master than the slave. In other words, we should have more sympathy for the master than the slave, because the slave was happy being a slave. Yes, that's what the Bible said. Yep, the Christians were teaching. Yeah, all righty. Let us go back here for a little bit. I just skipped on some highlighted sections. Got to go back here one time. Okay. Let's go. Believing that good men whose consciences have been formed by source of their education, by soothing all in their power the unhappy. Hold up, I think I'm going too far. Hold on for a second, please. So we good. By soothing all in their power the unhappy ferment, that thus, if possible, prevent the separation of the states and a horrible civil war in America, which were it to happen, would be the joy of all monarchies. But in closing this work, we ought not perhaps to hide it, that the feeling, the sympathies, the education, and the preconceived principles of the writer have once been all at war with the facts brought from the Bible on the subject of Negro slavery. Okay? This man wrote this book on literally from the premise of the black race and what it meant in the Bible, to prove that the Negro, okay, that God sanctioned the Negro to be slaves into time immemorial. Okay? But now we feel the amazing importance of bowing these prejudices to the word of God, submitting with all lawlessness of mind this mysterious matter to a high education than is to be found among men, in which frame of spirit we must remain till a stronger light than hereto has shone on the mind of the author shall irradiate his understanding in relation to the principle and advance in this book respecting the fortunes of the race of Ham. We desire it to be understood that in all we have said in this work, we have had an eye to the truth, so far as we could ascertain it to be, and that we have not written a word from prejudice against the people of the blacks, having exhibited them as we have found them, for which we feel no manner of accountability, as the difference in all respects between the Negro and the white race as to the physical and mental being is of God the Creator. Oh man. All righty then. Let me see. Okay. I think I did read some of this section. Here we go, family. I literally broke down. Okay. Let us read. Our country, too, that progeny among the nations of the earth. What a moment to the giant powers of the human mind and Christian enterprise when uncontrolled by regal authority or papal influence. Once again, papal bull. Right? Let's read. Like first creation, a new world has been ushered from the dark chaos of heathenism into the bright sunshine of Christian civilization, as it were, in the short period of the day. Okay, so once again, we establish that this writer, in as much as this fool is racist, he emphatically stated that the Negro of the Americas, that is their natural home. He didn't even call us Africans. Okay? But he is saying that Christianity came and took care of the heathens, all right, to create a Christian civilization, as it were, in the short period of a day. Okay? Now let's read again. It's not a matter of how could anybody believe this. Just let me tell you how people could believe this. By putting your children in the schools, and that's what they're being taught. Okay, that's how they could believe it. Because trust me, that is the ideology of a lot of pale people, a lot of Africans, and even a lot of American Aborigines. Okay, why do you think they are here calling themselves black? It's because of the education. That's what it's about. So ask yourself the question. It's a rhetorical question. How could anybody believe this? They are believing it. Okay? Let's read some more. The magic wand of science and Christianity is waved over the great wilderness, and it is suddenly transformed into a fruitful field of populous city. The man is telling you what Christians did. So how are you going to tell me who would believe that? Obviously, our people did. Obviously, our people did. Because we wouldn't be in the position that we're in right now. There wouldn't be a church on every corner. I'm going to read this again. The magic wand, it was a spell. Magic deals with spells. Okay, now y'all believe me? Because I don't want y'all to think I'm just giving y'all information without substance. It's not about belief, it's about knowing. I'm giving you the information from all different perspectives, from all different sources. The mindset of the pale man. You know why? Because that's where he came from. He's doing to the people what was done to him. That's why he knows how to do it so well. Because he came from that. You feel me? To know what it feels like to be in a man's shoes, you have had to have walked in that man's shoes. He just took it and escalated the game. That's all it is. You feel me? So let's read this again. The magic wand, the spell of science and Christianity. Christianity is a what? You already said magic. It's a spell. Christianity is a spell. Is waved over the great wilderness, the Americas, the children of the wilderness, and is what? Suddenly transformed into a fruitful and filled or a populous city, the dark and boundless forests, which but yesterday re-echoed the deafening roar of the wild beast, or the piercing yell of the warrior savage, has disappeared, and cultivated fields, thriving villages, and populous cities resounding with the busy hum of industry, the classic melody of literature, and the richer notes of Christian worship supply its place. Thus vast inland seas and deep rolling rivers, which were wont to sport upon their heaving bosoms the frail canoe of the wild Indian. Once again, what did he say? The Negro is the original of the North Americas. So who's the wild Indian? Who's the wild Indian? Even this racist pig is telling you who the wild Indians are. But no, y'all want to be black. Y'all want to listen to Umar Johnson. Y'all want to listen to Boyce Watkins. Let's read some more. Okay? Let's read some more. Hold on for a second. The classic melody of literature and Christian worship. Which, okay, the wild Indians now team with the commerce of what? A mighty nation. Commerce. Where ran the narrow trail of the wild buffalo, and the wildest savage now extends the great iron-bound thoroughfares where speeds the noisy locomotive, the triumphal car of modern improvement, the iron horse with his bowels of the fire carrying his wake with the velocity of the winged messengers, a multitude sufficient to constitute the world's convention or a congress of nations. But not alone in this wonderful triumph of civilized over savage life, of what? Christianity over barbarians, of the art over the undisturbed response of all uncultivated nature, are the superiority, the true greatness, the matchness, the prowess of our nation exhibited. It is a moral point of view that our national superiority stands forth prominent in the great work of civilizing and Christianizing what? Mankind, of giving to the world a form of civilized government nearly perfect than any that had preceded it. Because guess what? A lot of them came. All right? Where we at? Give me 1 second. That preceded it. of exhibiting a practical solution of the great questions. Is man capable of self-government? In all this great work of moral reformation and scientific research, these majestic schemes and systems for enlightening and ennobling the human mind and elevating the standard of human happiness, which characterize the golden age in which we live. It is a cheering thought, a proud reflection that they are generally the offspring of American genius and enterprise and sustained by American benevolence and philanthropy. Oh, man. Let us go to the next. The darkness of heathenism and the savage life is rapidly reaching before the glorious sunlight of civilization and Christianity. The goal is to turn all our people, and that one I'm talking about in the 1800s. Now, let me ask you a question. Did they accomplish the goal? Yes, because on every corner is a church, and our people will not realize the curse and the plague that was given to them. It was a spell. Let us read a little more. Kings are beginning to tremble for the safety of their respective thrones, and their subjects to look forward to no very distant period when despotism with its haggard train of moral, social, and political evils shall give place to republican liberty and constitutions modeled after the Magna Carta. Didn't I just mention that? The Magna Charta of American independence shall become the organic law of the several states, kingdoms, and empires of the old world. Family, I know what I'm talking about, man. It's all coming into 360. And I just got this book literally, 2 weeks ago? The numerous plans which have been devised. Family, let's read with understanding. Let me tell you the mental state of the pale man. Okay, that Christian agenda. Let's read. The numerous plans, family, which have been devised. In other words, a group of people sat down and devised a plan. They conspired and are being carried into operations, making it manifest for the purpose of extending and sustaining the various systems of civilizing and Christianizing the nations of the earth. Speak much for the wisdom and philanthropy of their authors and are truly worth the continence and support of every friend of humanity. That's what the Mormons are about. They are all part of this agenda. But like I said, those who have ears, let them hear. And those who have eyes, let them see. Y'all want to continue to go ahead and be Christians? Go ahead. Y'all got something coming to y'all. Because I promise you, when they bring that white Jesus in the sky, it will not be your savior. Because a lot of you are going to go into that spaceship thinking you're going to a heaven. Watch and see. Y'all think this is a game. It's like giving y'all the holograms. Watch and see. Let's read some more. Such in modern abolitionism and its advocates, a withering, blighting curse. They're saying that anyone who wants to abolish anything is a blighting curse. All right? A pestiferious excrescence upon the body of politic, a hideous deformity, begotten by the father of lies, born of the mother of harlots, and nursed by the bloody hand of vile misanthropy, its breath, pestilence, and death, its practical operations, the destruction of all domestic tranquility, and the social order of all peace, friendship, and goodwill amongst men. All right, that's what they're telling the abolitionists. If that's what you want to do, okay, man, I'm telling y'all, I'll let y'all know the exact moment when I had to pause because it was becoming a little bit overwhelming. It was a little bit too much for me, okay? And trust me, I'm a strong man, all right? So that's why I say if you're going to read this book, please do not have a low self-esteem, all right? Let's read the next side of the page, the right side of the page. America and her Republican institutions, her ever onward and upward march to greatness and glory, have ever been objects of jealousy and hatred to the tyrants and their fawning votaries. Various and powerful were their schemes, which they, in their matchless subtlety and sacrilegious impiety, devised and set on foot for the supervision of the grand superstructure of American liberty. But when foiled and defeated on every hand, when despair was about to possess every soul, the great enemy of the human happiness presents a new device for the consideration of British lords, his willing subjects. Family, this is the pale man talking. Why is he talking about British, talking about the British lords and their willing subjects? Once again, am I not proving to you that the British kings were black? And these so-called pale people were fighting for freedom from their masters? But you see, he's speaking in codes. He's telling it, but he's telling it subliminally. He's not as forward as he would. But he's telling the truth. But you see, I know. You see what I'm saying? But let us read a little more, because reading is fun for the mental. Okay? Where we at? The willing subjects. A system of nominal slavery is discovered to exist in the United States. Horribly inconsistency. Disgraceful outrage. What slavery exists under the Republican government? It must not be. In other words, the white man is telling you we had to fight for our freedom from our black kings in Britain. All right? The sympathies of the most corrupt and oppressive legislative body and that ever disgraced the footstool of deity are around for the first time in their history. Tears of mock sympathy are seen causing the bloated features of peppered tyrants and proud aristocrats. That's what they're calling their masters. So they have learned from the best, and now they are implementing what they went through on this nation right now. Okay? Revenge of the nerds. Venerable matrons catch the theme, look abroad over millions of their oppressed fellow subjects who never enjoyed the luxury of a comfortable meal in all their lives, and discover that to no longer pollute their moaning beverage with a product of slave labor is criminal. So it's criminal for the so-called black men in England to enslave y'all, but it's not criminal for y'all to do it to people. Okay, let's read. And thus argues Parliament. Okay, we're talking about Parliament now. Parliament, let's go with the language. Parliament, Britain. Stay with me, family. Okay, and thus argues Parliament. It is true, slavery exists in our own West Indies. Okay, but and they're talking about the entire Americas, because the entire Americas was considered the West Indies. Okay, the entire Americas was considered the West Indies. Even if we were in families and clans and we lived in our own respective areas, the colonizers at that time, they just called everything the West Indies. So at one point, we all were West Indians. A little history for y'all. Okay, let us continue. Indians of the West. All right, in want of a better term. Okay, but as these slaves are mostly the property of this honorable body, we will appropriate an amount of 21 million pounds or 150 million US dollars from the national treasury, sufficient to indemnify us against the loss, adopt a 7 years apprenticeship system of emancipation, and then shall we be prepared to wage endless war against American slavery and American institutions. I don't know if y'all know what we just read there. The same thing Chief Kalanago been telling y'all about. The 7-year contract. Okay? The 7-year contract. That's how a lot of them came here, including some so-called Black Britons. Came here on contracts. Okay? But the deal was, okay, you will enjoy the benefits, so you don't have to get reparations because you will end up on top. Okay? Long story short, the unhallowed proposition receives the unqualified approbation of these time-serving votaries of tyranny and corruption. West India slavery is abolished upon the plan proposed. Now, if you were indentured servants and not slave, why would they abolish slavery? For you. Okay. But y'all think people don't know how to read with understanding, huh? Let's go to the next page. Hold on for 1 second. But why all this upon the part of the erudite and accomplished statesman of the parent land? Are there no objects of charity upon which to pour out their overflowing benevolence and philanthropy at home? Let the countless millions of woe-begotten grooming British subjects throughout England, Ireland, family, let's read now. Ireland, and indeed the whole wide extent of dominion of the seaboard of the empire, upon whose limitless bounds the sun never sets, gives the answer. Was it pure spirit of charity and benevolence that prompted the enterprise? Nay, verily, a far different motive lay concealed beneath the gilded folds of the royal duplicity, standing upon an eminence of a seat in the British Parliament. We are talking about in the 1800s, they still had black kings. The political seer could easily penetrate the dark vista of the future and predict the result of an unhallowed agitation of this vexed question. But why commence the work in states where the institution does not exist? Why not go into slave states and meet the question fairly by discussing it with those who alone were empowered to legislate with respect to the institution of slavery? The reason is obvious. This warfare did not originate in any innate opposition to the principle of servitude or bondage, or from any inherent love of universal liberty, which existed or was cherished in the beats of the originators. Had this been the case, an ample field for the exercise of their benevolent desires and philanthropic emotions existed in their own immediate midst. A far different motive influenced the action of these cunning deceivers and unprincipled demagogues. So now, you know, the people who was enslaving you, okay, they are unprincipled, huh? They are deceivers, right? They are cunning and they are demagogues. All right, I hear you. All right. They foresaw that these direful consequences to republicanism and to the whole American people hung suspended upon the proposed agitation of this question, the prosecution of this warfare upon the part of the northern free states. Just so y'all know, the Republican Party was started by so-called black people, the nobles who came here. Okay, the same people who created the 13 colonies were 5 black men, okay, from across the seas. Y'all better learn that history, okay? Don't let them fool you now. Let us read. It was evident that every aggressive movement made by these fascionists in the North would produce a correspondent or counteracting movement on the part of friends of the South. Thus do we discover the true origin of unhallowed faction, this unrighteous combination of foreign and domestic talent and influence against the welfare of our common country. It originated with the enemies of universal freedom and republican liberty, the fawning sycophants of tyranny, the willing tools of oppression. The principles of modern abolitionism were first promulgated in the northern free states by Britain, demagogues. You hear what they call them? British demagogues. They're talking about their black kings. And missionaries supported by British gold, as have been the successors to the present day. And I better wake up. And then all these pages, they're going through a transition of, how certain things happen between the North and the South and all that. So you guys could go ahead, like I said, and read that on your own. All right. I just highlighted a few portions so we could go through, because that was a long book, 600 pages. I read that in a week. Okay. So let's go. It was a country well suited for slavery, for even so late as 1806, we find a convention of the inhabitants of Indiana petitioning for its temporary introduction, and a committee of the House of Representatives reporting through their chairman, Mr. Garnett of Virginia, in favor of their prayer. But while Virginia was, check this out, family, while Virginia was guilty of this suicide generosity, she annexed one condition for her own advantage, that no more than 5 states should be formed out of the territory, so as to preserve a due balance of political power in the Union. Yet, even this condition, the North has violated, and 23,336 square miles of its area, more than the average size of all the free states east of the Ohio, have gone to constitute the future state of Minnesota. Okay, so a lot of Ohio was already part of Minnesota. Once again, they fractionalized our land. Okay, let us read some more. This was the first step. And the next was at the formation of the present Constitution, when a contest arose as to the ratio of representations. Should the South have as many representatives in the proportion to her population as the North? It was just and right that she should. The federal government had no concern with the relation between blacks and whites, the classes of their population. Why is that? Because guess what? Blacks and white were enslaved at the same time. That's what he's not telling you. Okay? Again, read between the lines. You feel me? Because it was just a business. Every ethnic group was enslaved because it was just a business, but they will never talk about white slavery, because you know why? They always want us to think that we are the bottom of the totem pole. You feel me? All right, let's read some more. It had no right to inquire whether the Negro was a slave or free. The slaves were a better population than the free Negro. The slaves were a better population than the free Negroes, and if the latter were to be counted at their full number in the appointment of representation, so ought the former. All right, so they're telling you the amount and the volume of free Negroes running around. Now, let me ask you a question. Slavery is booming. Where did all these free Negroes come from? So no matter what source I go to, I'm showing you and proving to you that we are the original people of this land. Okay, let us read some more. The right could not be refused because the slaves were naturally or legally equal to the whites. So are the free Negroes, because once again, it was about business. Let's read this again. The right could not be refused, talking about the different representatives for the state. Why is that? Because the slaves were naturally or equal to the whites. Now, why would slaves be equal to the whites? Why he ain't telling you that they were slaves as well? That's why I tell you, man, this dude, that's why I had to read this and put my emotions to the side. You feel me? Let's read some more. Or the free Negroes, okay, as mentioned. It could not be refused because they have no political rights, for neither have the free Negroes, paupers, women, or children. But they're not telling you the so-called white people had no rights as well, because they was equal with the so-called slave and the so-called free Negroes. And that's why the civil rights started with white people. Once again, proving my point. They are an essential part of the population. If absent, their places must be filled by other laborers, and if they were a property as well as population, it is an additional reason for giving their owners the security of full representation for them. But the South, as usual, yielded to the Northern exorbitance and agreed that five slaves should count only as three free Negroes. Okay, so they were kind of like cutting the numbers down. So 5 slaves would be considered as as three, the number three, free Negroes. Therefore, instead of 103 representatives in Congress, we had only 91. All right? Politics tricks again. Okay? Messing with the votes. Nothing new under the sun, family. Let's read. But the free states are not content with this and now propose to take away 21 or more of our representatives. They say that the right of representation for 3/5 of our slave population is a sufficient. Does that number sound familiar? 3/5 of a human, but we'll leave that alone. We ain't got to go there. Let's stay focused here for a second, because I get distracted when I'm reading because so many things come to mind, but I'm focused. I'm focused, man. They say that the right of the representation for 3/5 of our slave population is sufficient reason for refusing admission into the Union to any new slave states, and Massachusetts has proposed by a solemn legislative resolution to amend the Constitution so as to deprive us from this guaranteed representation. Public meetings and eminent men have approved of her proposal. In return for the surrender of her rights, the South inserted in the Constitution two stipulations in her own favor. The first provided that direct taxes should be apportioned amongst the states in ratio of their representation. According to this provision, we ought now to pay a little more than 1/3 of our taxes. We actually pay under the present system over 3/4 the amount levied from the customs since the formation of the government has been about the 1,047 millions of dollars, and had these duties been paid in the ratio which the Constitution indicates as just and proper, the South would have paid for 142 and the North 645 million of dollars. But as we shall see hereafter, the slave states have really paid 798 millions of dollars, and the free states only 249 million of dollars. Therefore, the South has gained nothing by this stipulation in return for her loss of reputation. Next highlighted section. Their whites and their free Negroes assembled in mobs to rescue the slaves from the master, who is bold enough to capture him, and then accusing him of the riot, they made themselves through him in a felon jail and board with him with fetters, as Pennsylvania has recently done by a respectable citizen of Maryland. Once again, let's read this. Their whites and Negroes came together. Why? Because they were equal in status. The whites and free Negroes. I wonder who these free Negroes were. But let's leave this alone, right? When Trutman of the Kentucky pursued his slaves into the town of Marshall in Michigan, he was surrounded by a mob led by most influential citizens who declared that though the law was in his favor, yet the public sentiment must and should supersede it, and resolution was tumultuously adopted that these Kentuckians shall not remove these slaves by moral, physical, or legal force. A magistrate fined Truman $100 for the trespass in attempting to arrest his slave, and this recognized to appear at the next circuit court for drawing a pistol on a Negro who has forced the door of his room. But this was the mild treatment compared with the fate of the lamented Kennedy of Hankstown. Hold on for a second. When he followed his slave into Galveston, Pennsylvania, and was peacefully, with his own consent, bringing him away, an infuriated mob of whites and free blacks, initiated by the professor of the college, assaulted and brutally murdered him. It is estimated by Mr. Klingman that the whole loss to the South in fugitive slave is not less than $15 million. Mr. Butler of the of the Senate estimated that the annual loss to the South at $200,000, and more recent statements make it probable that he was under the true amount. The philanthropy of the North does not extend to the voluntary free Negro immigrants from the South, but it is confined to the runaway slave whom it can force by fear to work for immoderately low wages. Okay, so the free Negroes had different status from the runaway slaves. All right, and they're just breaking down, different, land, by square miles, Mexico, Ohio, and all these different things. Like I said, you could read this for yourself. Let us continue here for a second. All right. Let no one, therefore, be consoled with the idea that this self-styled American anti-slavery society is wanting either in numbers or influence. It is a powerful combination of American and foreign talent and capital composed of all sects and parties of all castes, grades, and conditions of society, from the British lord to the factory operative, from the self-important free soiler to the ranting fashionist of the Garrisonian school, all alike infatuated with the principle of fanatism, which now be bound, capable of wielding an influence which has already shaken our government from its center, its circumference, and which will be felt for ages to come. The principles involved in the organizations of this faction are erroneous and inconsistent with the well-being of both master and slave. They were conceived in sin, okay, based on the Bible, okay, and brought forth in iniquity. They are in direct violation of the laws of God and man, of reason and revelation, being an unqualified warfare upon an institution wisely ordained by the divine benevolence and sanctioned by the whole volume of human experience. It is alleged that the slaveholder is of necessity an unprincipled tyrant, nay worse, an irreligious libertine or libertine, who regards neither the law of God nor man, nor respects the established usage and customs of the civilized society. Although he is but exercising a right which is guaranteed by the Constitution of our common country, and acting in conformity with a principle which was recognized as of old by our forefathers, the framers of the organic law of the land, those pure patriots of the Revolution who acknowledge no other standard of justice than that contained in the sacred writings. Yet he denounced by these miserable fashionists as the most corrupt, licentious and profligate of all sons of men, regardless of the teachings of the inspired volume and human experience corroborated by the evidence of their own senses. They have assumed that all men of every race, nation, tribe, and kindred under heaven are morally, intellectually, and physically equal. And upon this wild and fallacious hypothesis, they have based their false theory and maintained it with a zeal worthy of good cause. The base upon which their policy rests is assumption that slavery is sinful and unprofitable. Having failed in the endeavors to convince slaveholders that the former is true and that he is bound by obligation, the most sacred and uncompromising, adopt immediately and unconditionally emancipation, they have assumed the latter horn of dilemma and now contend that slavery is unprofitable, that it tends to impoverish the states and weaken the resources of the government. That means the means upon which they now rely to arrest the progress of slavery and curtail the powers and influence of slave states is not the persuasion of the people of those states, but the numerical powers of the free states acting through the federal government. I'm gonna do a few more and then we'll conclude. All right. I appreciate you guys and thank you guys for being up with me. And if you're still up with me, go ahead and do me a favor, please. Drop some ones in the chat. Drop some ones in the chat. All right. Drop some ones in the chat. Drop some ones in the chat. Let me know you still. Let me know you still up. All right. Because I hear some people snoring right now, man. I hear some people snoring. Let me know that y'all with me, man. Drop some ones in the chat right now. You dig? Let's do this. All right. We got some more to go. All right. Open quote. Sir, of all the bitterest enemies toward the unfortunate Negro race, there are none to compare with these abolitionists, pretended friends of theirs, but who, like the Siamese twins, connect themselves with the Negro, or like the censure of old, mount not the back of a horse, but the back of a Negro to ride themselves into power, and in order to display a friendship they feel only for themselves and not for the Negro race. So basically they are saying that the abolitionists, all right, they were not the friend of the Negro. They only tried to abolish slavery because they wanted power. Okay, they wanted to be so, that's what they're saying, right? But that's what the gentleman is saying. But he's saying, no, sir, there are no worse enemy in the country of the Negro race, okay, than these ultra abolitionists. They're saying that the people who wanted to abolish slavery, they are the true enemies of the Negro and not the slave master. All right. With them, argument and sophistry and deception have become exhausted, and they now resort to force. The principle for which they at this time contend is the same as that upon which the society was originally organized, viz., the unqualified abolition of slavery, or the separation of free from the slave states. At the Free Soil Convention held at Faneuil Hall, Boston, March 6, 1850, one of the orators, a genius named Wilson, said, "We ought to come up with frankness to the point, union or no union, peace or war, victory or no victory. Let us come up to a day and pledge ourselves that we will remain true to the principles we have adopted." All right. Okay, I think I missed the spot. Hold on for 1 second. Let me just back up real quick. All right, man. I'm honored that y'all are still with me. All right, we got some more reading to do. Reading is fun for the mental, right? All right, let's read some more. Only highlighted sections here, okay? For now. All the great national, state, and individual interests of the country are opposed to disunion. The political and commercial relations of the states combine to show that their natural and only true policy is union. The geographical, that the God of nature never designed, okay, the territory of North American continent to be like the grand divisions of the old world, inhabited by different kingdoms, nations, and empires. You hear that, family? Because they had to create a new world, the world that from whence they came, they were slaves. So you have to understand and comprehend the mindset of the pale man. You see, I'm bringing you into the psychology of the pale man. So it's not that the pale man, it's not that they hate us. The pale men are afraid of us. They fear us because the people they served back in Britain, they look like us to a certain extent. So they had to fight tooth and nail to create a new world, something they had never experienced in such a long time. You feel what I'm saying? So North America had to become that new world. It had to be that new place for them, a new place of life, birth, a chance to live as men and women and not as slaves and vagabonds and criminals in Britain, like these Black kings had them doing. Why do you think there's no such thing as White History Month, family? But I've gone into the annals of so many books and resources. That's why I'm able to bring all this into fruition, because you have to know what was happening all over the world at certain times to put the pieces together. You feel me? But let's read some more. The great natural characteristics of the New World are on a grand and magnificent scale. Upon our northern boundary are the Great Lakes, in the magnitude and the depth unequaled, united in this dissolvable chain, pouring their exhaustless fountains over the same stupendous cataract through the same channel in the bosom of the same great ocean. At the extreme south, the two great oceans flow well night together, as if to blend their waves in one. Our mountains, which rank among the most towering of the globe. They're talking about the Americas, but they're saying it's theirs. No, it's not yours, it's ours. Okay, we've been here. Okay, but let's leave that alone for now, right? Our mountains, which rank among the most towering of the globe, roll on in one unbroken chain from the polar to the torrid regions, whilst our majestic rivers extend from the center to circumference the interlocking their innumerable branches together, as if in the token of union. The advocate disunion would be to mar the whole order and beauty of nature, to subvert the laws of material universe and insult the wisdom of deity. He who would harbor the inhuman sacrilegious thought, let him be anathematized by heaven. Let him receive the mark of Cain and be driven from the pale of civilized society to wander a fugitive and a vagabond on the earth. Remember, that was their nature in Britain, vagabonds. Let the Constitution be preserved inviolate so long as it can be done in harmony with the spirit which brought it into being. All right, I'll just read a little bit from this page here for a second. Give me 1 second. Much has been said and written respecting the influence of slavery on the general prosperity and advancement of states where it exists. Unwarrantable comparisons have been made and unjustifiable conclusions formed by those who understood not the relative condition of the free and the slave states, nor the causes which operated to produce the difference in which actually exists. Okay, and then they're going into a little bit about Kentucky, Ohio, blah, 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 blah. So again, the book is on the site. You could read that for yourself, all right, if you want to read the book in its entirety. Okay, now, Kentucky than any or all others was the fact of her territory having been originally a part of Virginia. For those of you who don't know, Kentucky was a part of Virginia. So once again, our land was fractionalized, okay? Just like how they do fractionalized banking, okay? Keep that in mind. Okay, so just so you know, Kentucky was actually a part of Virginia at one time, all right? Before all the separation and the land appropriation, all right, and allocating lands to strangers and foreigners. Give me 1 second, please. Let me see. I could find the next highlighted portion. All right, cool. Here we are. Let me drink a little water. Slavery, when considered with reference to the white race alone, may be considered an evil. I thought white people were not slaves. That's why I tell you the bias of this book. I had to literally maintain my composure, not read with my emotions, okay, and literally just read like a robot, okay. But at one point, I had to the humanity had to step back in. You feel what I'm saying? So this is what this author is saying. He's saying that slavery, when considered with reference to the white race alone, may be considered an evil. I thought white people was not slaves. You see what I told you, family? When I break this thing down, I'm not just guessing. All right? I'm telling you facts. All right? Extensive research. Years and years and years of research. But he's saying Slavery, only when come to the white race, okay, is evil. That's what, and that's how a lot of these pale people think. That's why there's no white history. You feel me? Because they think what they went through, you feel me? It wasn't, it wasn't evil. They don't call it slavery. They call it indentured servantry. Okay, but let's read. There is probably no species of property which is troublesome, hazardous, and expensive, and subject to so many contingencies as the Negro slave property. The slave requires constant care and attention upon the part of the master. He must be fed and clothed and nursed during the years of infancy and childhood and the hours of sickness. There is no passive state. If not actively employed, he is a bill of expense, an object of earnest solitude, for whose every overt act the master is held accountable. A more responsible, perplexing situation can hardly be imagined than that of an individual surrounded by a large number of slaves of all ages, who are dependent upon him both in sickness and in health, in helpless infancy and decrepit old age, for food, clothing, and indeed all the necessities of life. Let flood or fire, famine or pestilence, or whatever of the manifold evils and misfortunes to which human life is incident come upon him or them, he alone is the principle of the sufferer. You hear that? That's how a lot of these Caucasians think. I'm going to read that again. Let the flood of fire, famine, pestilence, or whatever of the manifold evils, misfortunes to which human life is incident come upon him, meaning that the Negro, the black man, he alone is the principal sufferer. So when y'all think this is a game, man, it's not a game. It is not a game. Okay? But this, their own inherent sense of property, their regard for the peace and safety of their families and fellow citizens, and above all, the common feelings of humanity, prompted by their native sympathy for the benighted Negro, whom they know by a correct estimate of his mental inferiority and consequent incapability to buffet with the conflicting element of life and protect and secure for himself and family necessities or necessaries of the comfortable subsistence, would not permit him to do so. So basically they're saying that because of the inferiority of the so-called black man mind in the United States, his mind will not allow him to fend for his family. Okay, it's literally impossible. You feel me? That's crazy, right? But let's read some more. Where we at? Let me see. Give me 1 second. Kind of got sidetracked for a quick second. Okay, remove these difficulties and provide for the slave an asylum, a land adapted in a climate and soil to the peculiarities of his nature, where he may enjoy the rights of citizenship and protection of our government. Now, family, I want you guys to do me a favor, please. Okay? I want you guys to, I know you've been paying attention to the information that I'm reading right now. Okay? Okay? But I want you to particularly pay attention to these next few highlighted sections that I'm going to read, because I'm just going to bring some more information into fruition. Okay? Let us read. I'm going to read that last paragraph on this right side of the page. Remove these difficulties. In other words, all the challenges. Okay? Remove all these difficulties and provide the slave an asylum, a land of adapted in climate and soil to the peculiarities of his nature, where he may enjoy the rights of citizenship and the protection of our government and thousands of Christian slaveholders. Once again, Christianity, right? Prompted by Christian benevolence, pure as that crystal fountain which emanates from the throne, redeeming love, will, despite the sacrifice of property, emancipate their slaves and thus free themselves from the evils of slavery. Okay? It gets a little deeper than this. Let's read. All right? So what they are suggesting here, and that's in the 1800s, right? Let us find a land that they could adapt, all right? But it still has to be governed, all right, by thousands of Christian slaveholders, prompted by Christian benevolence, right? Pure, that crystal fountain which emanates from the throne of redeeming love. Okay, you're going to enslave me, right? But, just with love, right? Will despise the sacrifice of property, emancipate their slave, and thus free themselves from the evils of slavery. Let us read the next page, the right side of the screen. We allude, now this is the solution. When you allude, okay, you're given to a solution, a suggestion, all right? We allude to the existence of the free black population in the United States. That's what they are referring to. Pay attention, my brothers and sisters, okay? As you could see, even in this book, this racist bastard, right? He eloquently, okay, and articulated the fact that we, the so-called Negroes in America, this is our native land. So, we are the people, okay? So, talking about the free Negroes now, right? The free Negroes. Now, they're trying to come up with a plan. Family, we're talking about the 1800s. Pay attention, okay? Pay attention. A plan where they could get the free Negroes in the Americas, particularly the United States, they could get them into a place where they could adapt and be free, but still be governed by Christian, Christian dogma, okay, or doctrines, right, or ideologies, right? But let us read on this side. We allude, in other words, this is what we propose, all right? We allude to the existence of the free black population in the United States, than which a more indolent, degraded, corrupting, miserable class of beings does not exist within the pale of civilized society. Destitute of moral principle and devoid of native energy, their mode of life is in unison with the base propensities of their nature, which they seek alone to gratify. Let's read now. It gets deep. To elevate such a race of beings to a political equality with the white population would be suicidal in the extreme. It would be but applying the torch to that political magazine whose inevitable explosion would destroy our whole grand superstructure of boasted liberty and rend to atoms the noblest form of civilized government the world ever saw. That is their innate feeling towards the so-called blacks in the United States. Okay? Let's read this again. To elevate such a race of beings to a political equality with the white population would be what? Suicidal to the extreme. So let me tell y'all something. Obama wasn't your president. Okay? For all those of you who drank the Kool-Aid. All right? Let's just get that out of the way. And you could feel whichever way you want. I'm just giving you the facts. Okay? Now, let's read. It would be but applying the torch to that political magazine whose inevitable explosion would destroy our whole grand superstructure of boastful liberty and rend to atoms the noblest form of civil government the world ever saw. Such an attempt, we trust, will never receive the sanction of an American citizen. Okay? So no matter what you do, trying to be equal, okay, on the status of being black in this country, you are wasting your time. You feel me? And we're not going to call them Americans because they are not. They're United States citizens. I'm going to put it in its proper context. We are the original Americans. You feel me? But when I talk to my people, some will hear, some won't hear, some will see, and some won't see. And this is nothing about hating people. I'm just giving y'all the facts. Okay? I'm just giving y'all the facts. Let us continue reading, because at that time, around this time, I started getting a little emotional. All right? I got into my feelings. Okay? It is fraught with the most disastrous consequences, as all past experience clearly demonstrates. These people are drones upon society. Do you know what a drone is? These people are drones to society. In other words, you're worse than a menace to society. Nay, worse, they are a curse of every community in which they exist. Family. That's why everywhere you go, you walk to a next. It doesn't matter how you dress. You are in an elevator with a white woman with a purse. She's going to hold on to her purse. You feel me? Okay? Let's read that section again. And this is the mindset. I'm talking about 1800s, all right? The political atmosphere. And we are talking about law. We are talking about policing. Those are the same people. Their children are the ones that are policing you right now. Now do you see how it's all coming together? All right? I'm going to read that little section again. It is fraught with the most disastrous consequences, as all past experience clearly demonstrates. These people are drones upon society. Nay, worse, they are a curse to every community which they exist. Their existence in the slave states is an evil of the first magnitude. They tend to render worse than worthless more than an equal number of slaves without contributing one iota to the amelioration of the condition of the slaves. However wretched that condition may chance to be, it is therefore the mundane duty of every friend of humanity to labor for their entire removal from our midst. You hear that? The goal is to get rid of every so-called black person in the United States. If y'all don't know and can't see what's going on, so you go ahead and take the jab. Good luck. And trust them. Trust the system. Because y'all don't know what's going on. All right? But I'm here to open up your mind. I'm here to open up your eyes. Let us read a little further. We repeat, their presence is a universal evil, not just in the United States, but it's a universal evil in Europe, in Africa, all over the place. Okay? Let's get rid of these black people. We repeat, their presence is a universal evil, destructive alike to the peace, morality, safety, and posterity of every community in which they are to be found, whether existing in a free or a slave state. Okay? In this respect, they are upon the same footing as the red man of the forest. Why are they always comparing black people to American Indians? Why not the natives? Because we are the original man of the forest. Once again, okay? Here it is again. You see, y'all got to peep the game. Peep the game. And I showed you what copper soil looks like based on the Bible, the first man and woman, the complexion. All right? Let us read that again. In this respect, they are upon the same footing as the red man of the forest, but being of a race naturally inferior, their existence in our midst is more to be deprecated than would be that of the Indian. So they're saying that the black man, okay, even if he's inferior, he and the Indian is inferior to the white man, okay, the Indians have a little more status over him. That's why they had to call us blacks. You feel me? Peep the game. Extend to him the same decree of civilization and inure him from childhood to the same habits of industry. I'm glad they said childhood, because y'all got your children in the schools by the same people with that same mindset. but y'all gonna learn the hard way. And he will make a citizen, a neighbor, much less objectionable, objectionable in every point of view than the Negro. Okay, they're talking about the Indian. The condition of the free Negro in the free states is generally much worse than that of the same class of the persons, whether free or slave in the states. The severity of the climate being much less adapted to natural peculiarities of the Constitution, and the price which he can receive for his services than disposed or compelled by necessity to labor. These combined with the fact that there is much less sympathy for him and much less charity extended towards him by the citizens of the free than of the slave states, combined to the render his condition in almost every respect infinitely worse in the North than in the South. The best friend he has on earth is a kind master. Man, listen, man. Y'all don't realize what it is. Okay? Let's read this again. The best friend he has is his master. Okay? You know who your new master is? The ones you get up 8 hours a day. And there's only 12 hours in a day. That's your new master. That's why when I bring opportunities to y'all, y'all don't see it. You see what I'm saying? Because you are used to going and giving 8 hours of your day out of 12 hours of the day. All right? But I'm going to keep on reading. The reason, let me hold on. The reason why there is more sympathy, charity, and fellow feeling existing in the heart of the slaveholder towards the Negro is obvious. Raised together from infancy, past the period of childhood, in the enjoyment of the same sports, the associations, the same, the feelings become united to a certain extent. There are springs up between them a kind of natural sympathy and regard for each other, which is an enduring as life itself. From childhood early dawn, this they both imbibed a correct idea of the relation of master and slave, which continues with them through life. All right? Let their relations become changed. It matters not how materially this idea is never eradicated. If the slave ever forgets his obligations so far as to become a refractory, the punishment is summary and conclusive, and return to his duty and allegiance restores him to favor. How different the condition of a fugitive slave or a free black man of North America. Without the pale of civilized society, unprotected and unqualified to protect himself, the most he can accomplish by hard labor, a rigid system of economy, and a frugal disposition of his time is to obtain a bar and meager sustenance. All right. So basically, that's why there is a minimum wage. Family, you see, y'all got to get this, man. Y'all got to get this. So it doesn't matter how, they're telling you, it doesn't matter how hard you work. They're giving you just enough for a meager sustenance. Okay? The chilling blast of long, dreary or dreary winter come, or the burning fever of the deceased, and no kind hot hand is extended to shelter or afford relief. If cared for at all, when reduced to a state of utter helplessness, he is carried off to a poorhouse, receiving the imprecations of those who have been taxed to excess to maintain the pauperism of their own wretched victims of poverty and distress. So it doesn't matter what they tell you right there. You're going to pay the most taxes. Okay, you're going to get the wages. No matter what you do, it's going to be a meager sustenance. Family. That's when it started getting real for me. Okay, that's when it started getting real for me. The emotion started to flow in. But I'll tell you exactly where it hit me the most. We are getting there. So just stay with me. Just be with me for another half an hour, 45 minutes or so. Okay. Us, it is with the free black man, wheresoever dispersed. He is an outcast upon society, and his name a reproach to humanity. His removal then becomes a matter of deep and abiding interest and importance to every friend of humanity, to every patriot and Christian throughout the broad expanse of Christendom. My brothers and sisters, if you don't realize what Christianity is to you, and don't realize that Christianity was given to you for your extinction, I don't know what to tell you anymore, because it was a plan that was devised. I'm going to read that again, because your extinction is imminent, okay, based on what the plan is. If you don't wake, well, you know what? I don't want to use this colorful words, because I know my mother is going to beat me up for talking about the Bible like this anyway, because she's a devout Christian. You know what I mean? But I just got to speak the truth. You feel me? But let's read this again. Thus, it is with the free black man, wheresoever he disperse. He is an outcast upon society, and his name a reproach to humanity. His removal, pay attention, his removal then becomes a matter of deep and abiding interest and importance to every friend of humanity, to every patriot and Christian throughout the broad expanse of Christendom. The goal is to get rid of you, whether you are free or enslaved, literally throughout Christendom and through patriotism. Okay? Much is being done by Christians worldwide for the case of suffering humanity in all parts of the earth. The benighted inhabitants of the most distinct ice-bound shore and the remotest sea-girt isle, and beginning to stretch forth their hands in answer to the call of the Christian missionary, and the light of civilization is penetrating the deepest recesses of the heathenish darkness, whilst a copy of the Holy Scriptures is being laid upon the table of almost every household in Christendom. Family, I don't think y'all know, I don't think you guys are hearing what I'm reading right now. But I'm going to read this again. It was a little bit lengthy, but I'm going to read that sentence again. The benighted inhabitants, in other words, that's the plan, to go all over the earth and make sure that the Christian Bible is on every table. But y'all going to tell me that y'all are Christians? When we're done with all this, I will go show you again the etymology of legion. I'll show you again, because Christian religion is a legion that was brought back. That's why our people are singing, give me that old time religion, because they don't know what they're singing. You feel me? But I'm going to read this again. I'm starting to get a headache. Give me 1 second, guys. Because that's when I really started, and that's where, like I said, I got emotional. You feel me? Because my mother is a devout Christian. My sister is married to a pastor. You feel me? And that's where it hurts. So I'm starting to get a little headache. Let me just kind of calm down a little bit. Get out of my emotions a little bit. Let me drink some water. Because I know what Christianity was brought here for. It wasn't to save our people. It was to destroy and kill our people. Spiritually, physically, mentally, emotionally, and financially. Okay? The devil came to kill, steal, and destroy. And I promise you, the God in the Bible is the true devil. And a lot of you may say, hey, Chief, you don't know what you talk? Oh, trust me, I know what I'm talking about. I know exactly what I'm talking about. But let's read it again. Right, just breathe, Chief. Wusa. Let's read this again. The benighted inhabitants of the most distant ice-bound shore and the remotest sea. Hold on for a second. The remotest sea, girt isle, are beginning to stretch forth their hands in answer to the call of Christian missionaries, because that's the goal of Christian missionaries, right? The Mormons, all of them. And the light of civilization is penetrating the deepest recesses of the heathenish darkness, whilst a copy of the Holy Scriptures is being laid upon the table of almost every householder in Christendom. But here is a field opened for the exercise of pure benevolence and the true Christian charity in our own immediate midst. Here is the common ground upon which all sects and parties, the votaries of every variety of religious faith and political policy, may meet and join their hands in a great and good cause. And that's a great and good cause, to get rid of the black people from the earth. That's the Christian message. All right. As it is an evil which pervades the whole body politic, its removal is a work in which every American citizen is deeply interested. Okay, well, I would say United States citizens because they're not Americans. So let me tell y'all something. When pale people are learning, they are learning something different. They're teaching their children something different than your children are learning different. Your children are learning to be slaves because they gave you roots and you fell for that. Okay, while they teach their children to be superior. Okay, because the Christian God gave you that right. It was an inherent right for you to enslave and get rid of the so-called black race. But I don't know if y'all hearing me, but let us continue. All right. In the midst, here in the ground and the variety of religion. Okay, here we go. Here it is a common ground upon all sects and parties, the votaries of every variety of religion, faith, and political policy, and meet and join hands in a great and good cause. So now, if Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, they all came from Abrahamic religions, isn't that the same? Isn't that the same cause that each and all of them have, because they have a common goal? But maybe I'm just overthinking things, right? Let me read some more. Okay, as it is an evil which pervades the whole body politic, its removal is a work in which every United States citizen is deeply interested. It is the first step towards the removal of which may I please to regard as the blackest stain upon the bright escutcheon of the American glory. They call black people a stain, but I'm going to say United States. I'm going to stop using American. Okay, United States glory. The great national sin. Black people are a national sin, the punishment of which will render our country obnoxious to the severest outpourings of the divine wrath, namely slavery. Many ways and means have already been devised for the removal of the free black population. I don't think y'all hear me. I don't think my people that are listening right now, I'm not sure if y'all hearing me. Okay? I'm going to read this again. Many ways and means have already been devised. They're not working on it. It's already been devised. In other words, it's already in place. And we are talking about in the 1800s. Okay? To remove the free blacks, the black population. But there is only one correct way of removing them. And that is by what? Colonization. See, everything I've been teaching you is all coming into fruition right now. So for all the hardened hearts, all those who don't want to step into the truth, if you want to continue to be in denial, okay? Yes, I know the Nile is a river in Egypt, but I said denial. I hope you could swim. You feel me? Let us read this again. Many ways and means have already been, and they're talking about the population, not just in the Americas or the world, but particularly the United States. Okay? Particularly the United States. Many ways and means have already been devised for the removal of the free black population. But there is only one correct way of removing them, and that is by colonization. Okay? Because you know why? Colonization did not bring us here. But let us read some more. The great scheme of the American Colonization Society which produced the African American Teachers Association family, which is the part Jesse Jackson is a part of. I don't know if y'all ready for this. I'm not sure if y'all ready for this. Okay? Because if y'all ready for this, let me know. Because if you cannot handle the truth, I don't know what to tell you, man. The truth is hard to swallow sometimes. It's hurtful. You feel me? And that's when this whole section, I got emotional. But I'm gonna tell you exactly where it hit me the most. All right? Let's do this. The great scheme of the American Colonization Society, mind you, okay? Mind you, it produced the African American Society that came from the American colonization, okay? 23andMe, all the major DNA companies, they all were supported by the American Colonization Society. The schools, okay? The Roots, the movie Roots. Y'all better wake up, okay? So let us read. The great scheme of the American Colonization Society is the only means by which this evil ever can be eradicated from our land. In other words, the black people in the United States, to get rid of them, they are the evil in our land. Who's your land? You came here as slaves. The audacity of these pale people. Eradicated from our land. That is the plan, which was dictated by pure benevolence and true Christian what? Christian charity and founded in wisdom. Where are all the Christians at? That's in the name of Christianity, in the God that you believe in. Because that's what the book was written for. That was the sole purpose for colonization. All right? Let us read. That is a plan which was dictated by pure benevolence and true Christian charity and founded in wisdom, and which is the characteristic like the Magna what? Charter of the American liberty of the great minds that originated it. Experience may suggest some modification in some of its practical features and doubtless will, but yet it is the true and only successful policy. It may become necessary to select some other destination than the colony of Liberia. That was how the colony of Liberia was created, from the colonization society to take free black from the United States and certain parts of the Americas and send them to Africa, okay? Or to require the government thereof to be administered by a functionary chosen by the Congress of Nations. But let what changes may come in this respect, colonization, a complete and perfect separation of the two races, is the only true policy. We lay it down as a settled principle, a fixed fact, and challenge the world to refute it, that the Anglo-Saxon and the African races never can live harmoniously in a state of political equality. Okay? But of course, they came and just put all of us in one big basket and called us Africans, even if we're not Africans, right? But I'm just showing you. Oh, feel me? Let's read some more. If they dwell together at all, it must be in the relation of master and slave. So they're saying that even if we don't devise the plan of taking them to Liberia or forming some other type of mechanism, if they do live together at all, it has to be in the form of master and slave. That's the only way that they're going to get along. Okay? Heaven ordained it. What did I tell you? The Bible ordained it. You feel me? Heaven ordained it thus, and man in all his wisdom and strength of the intellect never can change, nor is it there greater injustice displayed in this arrangement or dispensation of divine providence than there is in the organization of human government, wherein one part of the human race is ordained to rule over and give laws to the other. Heaven is wisdom ordained. It thus, and man submissive must pronounce it just. We have asserted that the removal of the free black population can only be effected by colonization, and that the plan of the American Colonization Society was based upon the correct principle. It may then be asked, why does it not succeed? It has been in the operation for what, many years, and yet has accomplished but little compared to with the great work before it. True, yet it has accomplished much. It has opened the way, removed the rubbish, and laid the cornerstone, and now only wants the means necessary to the completion of the temple. For all this was requisite, and it is pleasing reflection to know that the success fully justifies the labor and expense of the enterprise. All this is now wanting to complete the great work. Is unity of action and means to carry out what has been thus successfully commenced, or in other words, governmental protection and patronage. But the work is of magnitude too vast and comprehensive to be accomplished by individual enterprise. The evil to be removed is of a general character. It is a national evil, extending throughout the whole length and breadth of the land. The resources of the nation, the funds of the general government, the covers of the common treasury ought therefore to be appropriated to its removal. Let no one be alarmed that this we speak not without precedent. Similarly, or similar appropriations for similar purposes have been made by our National Congress when composed of a wise, patriotic and noble spirits as ever glittered in the galaxy of human greatness. The time was when the red man of the forest, the noble Indian, the proud aborigine. What did Malcolm X say? You are the aborigines, but you don't want to be called the aborigines. So this author, he went from talking about Adam and Eve as the copper-colored races to now talking about they call the Indians the red man, which is what? Copper-colored. So he's literally saying that in the Bible, they're saying that the aborigines of America are the original people. Let me hear one of the natives take that stand. Make that claim that you're original, that all the races came from you. Oh, y'all think Chief Kalanago is a joke, huh? Let's read this again. The time was when the red man, the copper-colored race of the forest, the noble Indians, the proud aborigine, who derived his right to the soil which we now inhabit. Family, Noah Webster's 1828. Okay, now we inhabit by tenure of a grant from God of nature was dispersed abroad throughout the land, as the soil which we occupy and the air which we breathed began to be wanted by his superior in intellect, in science, and in art. The general government furnished the means and assumed the responsibility of removing him to territories more congenial to his pursuits of life and less valuable her legal citizens. Okay, so they're telling you exactly what they did. Hence, once again, the Dawes Rose, the census, the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Okay. So I guess I do know what I'm talking about. All right. Let's read some more. There now exists amongst us the remnant of a race whose residence is in our midst is not less inimical to the feeling and interest of the white population than were the Indians. What, then, is the duty of the general government in regard to them? Does it not come to Does it not come as within the the purview of the legitimate functions to remove in one case as the other? Are there any reasons which operated in the removal of the Indian that not be brought to bear with equal force in the removal of the Negro? If so, we maintain that the stronger reasons are favorable to the removal of the free blacks. The common feelings of humanity towards them as an unfortunate people whose destiny is fixed, whose name is a reproach, and by the word, who can never be allowed to voice in the administration of the government under which they live, under with the demoralizing, degenerating influence which their existence in our midst has upon society, all point to them as an object worthy the attention of a general government. Their numbers are large. Their colonization, therefore, is beyond the reach of individual enterprise. The government, the world, has no right to effect its accomplishment by such means, whilst our citizens have the right to expect and demand it at the hands of the government. The latter possesses the power, and her resources are abundantly ample. The objection that the general government has not the means for so great a work is entirely futile. It's estimated that there exist in the United States about 400,000 free blacks. By the census of 1840, there are 386,269 free. At $50 per head, the ratio fixed by the American Colonization Society, entire removal would cost $20 million. But as their colonization is not the work of the day or a year, but of the series of years, only a small portion of this amount would be required at any time. Say it could be accomplished in 10 years, which is probably the shortest practical period. $2 million of $8 annually would be required, a mere nominal sum, surely when compared with the actual resources of the government. On the next page, might not a tithe of the million of gold which are actually being purloined from the rich mines of California by the mongrel races of other nations for want of natural protection of the government be saved and appropriated to this very laudable and philanthropic object? The transportation may be continued to be now flourishing colony of Liberia, or it may be changed to some other destination if, in the wisdom of our government, a change should be deemed expedient. It may be considered wise and politic on the part of our government to purchase and set apart for the purpose the island of Cuba, that was an option, for some portion of Mexico, central of South America, or some portion of territory comprised with the present boundary of our vast domain. Okay, so that's all the plan that the colonization society was devising to get rid of the so-called free blacks in the United States. Okay, let what may be done in this respect, the emergencies of the great requirement, immediate and decisive action in relation to this matter. Justice to the free Negro and to the slaveholder of the South, and the non-slaveholder of the North, to suffering humanity, as presented in its most revolting character, imperiously demand it at the hands of the existing functionaries of the government. In our limited sphere, as the private citizen, we are unable to do more than suggest the idea, to mark the framework, the skeleton of a great system of national, moral, and social reform, which in the hands of those who have the skill and ability, the influence, and the power to reduce its form and practice would be productive of incalculable advantage to the present and all future generations. Colonization, the transportation of the civilized and educated free black population of the United States to the shores of Africa will undoubtedly prove the key to the civilization and Christianization that benighted, downtrodden portion of the earth. So once again, that whole move, oh, well, Ghana is taking all the people. Let me tell you, that was part of the American colonization. Okay? Umar Johnson is part of the American colonization. He works for them. If y'all think this is a game, y'all better wake up and recognize what's going on. Okay? Wake up and realize what's going on. Because a lot of y'all are asleep. Let's read this again. Let's continue. Let's see, modern. The civilization of that people has baffled the energies of all modern missionary enterprises. Should the system of colonization of which we speak, by the means of effecting this great work, this grand feature of economy of heaven, as unquestionably will, all Christendom will be made to rejoice. The children who sat in the darkness and in the shadow of death will be forced to clap their hands for joy that Africa ever contributed of her sons and her daughters to be a system of even nominal servitude, the final result of which was the spread of what? Christianity and the art of civilized life throughout the whole length and the breadth of her widespread but uncivilized domain. I'm going to read that again. Okay, let's read that again. The children who sat in the darkness and in the shadow of death will be forced to clap their hands for joy that Africa ever contributed of her sons and daughters to the system of even nominal servitude. That the final result is what? Again, read with understanding. The final result of which was what? The spread of Christianity and the art of civilized life throughout the whole length and breadth of her widespread but uncivilized domains. Its influence will tell largely upon the destinies of both races and upon the prosperity, well-being, and the perpetuity of our much cherished Republican institutions. It would settle this vexed question and to would allay the unallowed excitement growing out of it in a manner harmonizing with the glory of God and the well-being of mankind. Okay? Christendom was the last frontier. Okay? All right then. I don't know what I'm talking about, huh? Let's read a little more. Every American, let me rephrase that. Every United States citizen who owns property in slaves holds that property by tenure of the right granted by the founders of our government, the framers of the organic law of the nation. Our Constitution, the Magna Charta of the United States Liberty, the model political creed of the world, recognizes property in slave and was framed as much for the protection of him who holds that species of property as for him whose wealth consists in lands, merchandise, or manufacturers. The great fundamental principle which should constitute the basis of any and all governments, that all men are created equal, was recognized by the memorable body and incorporated into that Constitution, and we, their posterity, recognize it as true to the letter, both in theory and in practice. But we, like them, should not lose sight of the principle that they are legislating for the Anglo-Saxon race alone, and not for the combination of races for the United States citizen, strictly speaking, and not for motley variety of population composed of any indiscriminative mixture of the civilized white man, the savage Indian, and the woolly-headed African Negro. Okay, so they're saying that basically this system is just for the so-called white man and not for the American Indian or the woolly-headed Negro. No such combination was ever contemplated by the honorable body, and any attempt on the part of the citizens of any state or territory to form any such combination or to elevate any race to a political equality with the whites, we believe to come that little short of treason against the government. It may be permitted, they may be permitted to dwell among us and receive the protection of our government, but neither to exercise the rights of citizenship. The slaveholder, therefore, knowing that he holds his property in slaves by this right, and not ignorant of the fact that the Bible recognized the relation of master and slave, yes, the Bible, and that he, therefore, is violating no principle of our holy religion, so long as the legitimately uses and does not abuse the institution, okay, will never suffer his neighbor, especially if he be a citizen of a free state. Okay? To say to him, sir, your practices are in violation of the laws of both God and man. You must relinquish them. You must emancipate your slave without the hope of a fee or reward. Colonize them to Liberia and then give them the necessary outfit for the commencing life in their new sphere, or submit their salvation to a political equality with yourself in our midst. Such a result never can obtain throughout the slave states. It is unreasonable to expect it, and the more it is agitated, the longer it will the institution of slavery be perpetuated. No motive of this kind can ever be brought to bear upon the slaveholder. But when the free Negro, that curse of the slave and the slave owner shall have been removed, when the natural increase of the white population shall have become so great as to render that species of labor cheaper and more desirable, in short, when he shall conceive it to be his interest to emancipate his slaves, and the general government shall stand ready to receive them as his hands, and remove them to a distant territory where they may be comfortable, provided for, and protected, then we will do it, and not before. Thus, we have, as we humbly conceive, developed a plan which will, in harmony with the best interests of both races, when practically carried out, anyway, a plan that was well devised, okay, when it will be implemented and carried out effectually, remove the entire free black population of the United States, and all that may hereafter become free should include the whole slave population and their natural increase. We trust our views are not altogether undeserving of the candid considerations, and that the fact their not being of princely origin and stately birth all not distract from their intrinsic value. We have proposed common ground and a combination of effort in the removal of a common evil, a broad platform where all sects and parties, without regard to local feeling or sectional interest, can meet and unite their efforts in the exercise of pure benevolence and true Christian charity. I don't know how my people could walk around calling themselves Christians. I don't get it. As the tide of emigration and civilization shall continue to roll onward, like the mighty current of the majestic Father of the waters, state after state will rise up, there tier upon tier, and knock for admission into the Union, until our whole vast territory, extending from the Atlantic to the Pacific and from the Great Lakes to the golden city of Montezuma's, shall become densely populated, a present mighty phalanx, one undivided confederacy of free and independent sovereignties, the most powerful, chivalrous, patriotic, and enlightened Christian nation on earth. A result which every Christian patriarch, philanthropist must desire from this inmost soul. Okay, I'm going to stop here, right? Let's stop here. Stop here. Okay. All right. So I want to thank you guys, okay, for being a part of this build. We've been on here for over 5 hours. I know it was a lot to go through, but you know what? That is just part of the sacrifices that I make, you know, and bringing that information to our people. You see, a lot of the masses, they will not get it. They don't know the foundation of whence they came. They don't know what they're dealing with. You feel me? They don't know. But I'm going to conclude with this. Let me give you that etymology, all right, of black, which we have done before. But of course, we know black means dead in law. But let us look at the etymology of the word black. Right? And once again, if you guys would like to support, you know, the channel, the website, whatever the case may be, you know, that information is on the site, so you could show your love. Don't support on YouTube because YouTube is trying to play me right now. Okay. So let us look at the etymology of the word black, and I'm just going to highlight what it means here. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, please. All right, let's go. Let me go ahead and share that. And I love y'all too, man. That's why I do what I do. All right, and everybody else that's putting in that work, you know, everybody else that's putting in that work, man. You know, I want to thank y'all. You know, because Paro, you know, my brother, you know, Carrie Richardson. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, when I'm done, I'm gonna give everybody a little highlight, man, for because putting in that work. Everybody's putting in that work. It takes all of us together. You feel me? To make this happen. Dig? All right, so this is the etymology of the word black. Okay. Black, adjective. So in that sense, it's a descriptive word. All right. Absolutely dark, absorbing all light, color of salt or coal. All right. So right there in its sense. Okay. So as you could see, that's what black is. An essence that absorbs all light on the light spectrum. That's what black is. So no one is actually black in complexion. All right. So when they're speaking of black more so, they're speaking of black from a character perspective. All right. So I'm going to conclude on this because this is, it kind of will sum everything up. All right. So it means, you know, High German black, Swedish black, to burn, to gleam, to shine, to burn, scorch, okay, to blaze, glow. Let's go down a little further. All right. Blake, bright, shining, glittering, pale. You see that? Pale. Now let me ask you a question. So all you black people that's calling yourself black, what part of your skin is pale? Because that's what black means. That's what black means. So you have taken the curse of the pale man. I keep telling y'all that. Give them back their Black History Month. Give them back their paleness. Give them back being black. Because that wasn't us. Okay? They were called black by the kings of England, of Britain. Not because of their complexion, because of their character, their innate being. Now, if you don't believe me, let's dig a little deeper. Okay? Let's dig a little deeper. Because I like to show and prove. All right? Let's read here for a second. The usual Old English word for black was what? Swat. That was the word, the Old English word for black. Swat. All right? Swat. Now let us look at what swat means, because that was the Old English word for black. So even before they were called black, they were called swat. So obviously it had nothing to do with the complexion. It was character. Okay, let us look at swat. You see, study to show yourself improved. It's going to take you to SWAT, is going to take you to sorted. But let us look at the etymology of the word SWAT. SWAT, black, dark, of night, clouds, figurative, in the figurative sense. Now they're talking about character, wicked, infamous, dirty. So you see the word that black came from? And I'm going to even take you further, because SWAT came from the word sordid. Okay? Let's click on sordid. Etymology of sordid. 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 Okay? Here we are. Sordid. Festering, from sordidos. Dirty, filthy, foul, vile, mean. To be dirty, to be shabby, related to sordes, dirt, filth. Black, dirty. So I gave you the foundation of the etymology of the word black. It means pale. They're not talking about complexion. They're talking about the nature of the individuals that they call pale. And that word came from SWAT, which came from sordid. So when you are calling yourself black, you have accepted the curse of the pale man. Trading places. It is really that simple. All right. So 5 hours and 21 minutes. So we good. I'm going to post the website. Once again, the website is www.ipnan.org. Go on the website and once again, show your support. Okay. So family, I'm about to conclude here. I know it was long, but it was necessary. Okay. The next build I'm going to do, because pretty much this was, the full extent of the book for the most part. But if you want to read the entirety of the book and not skip, the parts that I skipped, then you could do that. All right. But it's on the site. Okay. It's in the library section. You will see it. You will see it there. Okay. So the next build I'm going to do is, of course, I've already shown you through archaeological, research that America was the firstborn. Now I showed you from the biblical perspective that who the copper-colored red man is, even if we were to look at it from a biblical perspective. Okay. But I will go into, the Bible, show you that there were creations before Adam and Eve. I will show you that. I will point out a few more things. And then the next one I'll do is I will break down, what the true essence of the Great Spirit is. When people talk about God, what God is. I'm not talking about the God in the Bible. That's man-made. Okay. I'm talking about the true essence of the Most High. I will explain what that is. And that will just conclude that entire series of that. And then I'll go back to talking about financial literacy. Okay. So I want to thank you guys for being on here. Go, you guys get some rest. And I love you. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your continuation. Okay. So I just want to go ahead and just show some people some love real quick. I know this was even if hey, listen, I'm just gonna free Papua. I know we've had our differences and it's fine. I tell people I'm not on here to tell people what I say. Oh, well, do it now. That's not what this is about. All right. I'm just here to bring information, and people have different opinions, and I respect it. We don't have to agree with everything. You see what I'm saying? So I respect you. Thank you for chiming in. We kind of got to a little rough start, but I respect your opinion, and it is what it is. I just want to bring the facts, and that's all I'm doing. So I want to thank you for that. All right. Prophet Levi, you know what I'm saying? Thank you for being on the build. I appreciate that. And every one of you that's playing your part, I want to thank you for that. Just giving some people a little bit of highlight. You know what I'm saying? Colleen, I want to thank you as well for being a part of the build. I appreciate that. All right. Let's see who else we have. We have Daughter of the Universe. I want to thank you. I just want to highlight a few people. Thank you for that. Okay. Who else do we have? We have Malka. I want to thank you, for being a part of the build. I really appreciate that. Thank you for just allowing me to be a part of, you know, y'all's teaching. Okay. Regardless of your opinion, whether it differ from mine, it's all good. All right. It's okay. All right. Shannon, I want to thank you as well for being on here. To Maria, I hope I'm pronouncing everybody's name properly. If I'm not, please forgive me. Okay. I think I've done Carlene McLean. I've done that. Who else do we have? Shannon. Yep, we did that. Who else we have? Just want to highlight a few people, man. Show some love. You feel me? That's all. All right. Rainbow Light Warrior, I want to thank you. It says melanin could mean soil, right? Well, melanin is, I tell people like this, right? Everybody has melanin. Everybody, including pale people. All right. You know, it's just different levels of melanin. And I wouldn't say melanin means soil. Melanin is just a substance, you know, that's responsible for different functions in the body, particularly when it comes to the coloration. Again, it depends on the melanin. Okay, you have eumelanin and you have another type of melanin, but it deals with the coloration. Some of it deals with hearing and different, you know, characteristics. But I wouldn't say it's soil per se. I wouldn't say that. Okay, whatever it's made of. If they say we made out of soil, well, I suppose. So I really don't know. All right. If I don't know, I'll say I don't know. Okay. To Brother Paro, man, I want to thank you, man. You know, guys, if you're not subscribed to Brother Paro and everybody that I'm highlighting, go subscribe to them, because everybody have a little bit of something to share. Okay. And you choose, you know, that's how we put the pieces of puzzles together. Okay. We take a little bit from here and from here. All right. And we create the narrative of the story that resonates with us. But ultimately, we are all seeking for the truth. So go to their channels and subscribe, and let's support each other. You know, Zazie, I want to thank you again for playing your part. You know, I mean, always showing love and always, you know, just making sure that, you know, the comments and the chat, everybody's respective. And I appreciate your level of spirituality and your mindset. You know what I'm saying? That you are gifted, you know, so I want to thank you for being a part of that as well. All right. Who else do we have? Rainbow. Okay. Let's see who we have. We have Avea Judil. I hope I pronounced that correctly. If I didn't, I apologize. I want to thank you for your input. Thank you for being a subscriber. Thank you for being on the channel. We still have a lot of work to do, but eventually, I not just believe, I know we are going to get there. Okay, because why? You know, nature is with us, and what I mean by that is this is our original land. So the land is fighting for us. You see what I'm saying? So all we have to do is just keep on pushing, keep on building, learn to love each other and respect each other. I think that is one of the main keys. All right. We have to start respecting each other a little more. If you don't agree with somebody, it's okay. You don't have to curse them out. You don't have to call them the B word, the N word. That's not necessary. Okay. If I see people getting rude, I just delete them. I don't feed into the negativity. You feel me? So I think we should all achieve that goal. And I seen that somebody posted earlier, you know, it's all about doing unto others as you'd have them do unto you. It's really that simple. If we all could respect that basic universal law, I believe that we all could get along. All right. And Corey, you know, just thank you again, man. You know, my brother, I know you send a lot of inboxes. Sometimes I cannot respond to everything, but, you know, I try to acknowledge it sometimes, but I'm just doing so much. I'm putting in so much work, but I do appreciate, you know, everyone playing their part. You know, it's important. So that means a lot. Okay. Big up, you know, Big Chief, you know, hey, man, you know, I want to thank you for being on the bill this evening. Thank you for playing your part. And I'm just, you know, just showing people some love, man. And that's just what I'm seeing right here. Okay. So if I miss anybody, I do apologize. Who else do we have? We have the Internal Spirit. I want to thank you, brother, for, you know, again, playing your part. And we have a lot of work to do. Let's reach out to our people. Let's go into our communities and educate. That's what it's all about, educating. You know what I'm saying? The education of the people is paramount. Okay. Brother Terrence, Cortez, Aboriginal. Thank you once again for being here and playing your part and giving your input, giving your opinion, giving your facts, whatever the case may be. I appreciate each and every one of you definitely playing your part. All right. And everybody that's here, please go ahead and subscribe to the channels, you know, and let's build, man. Let's continue to build. Who else do we have? I haven't showed. Daughter of the Universe, I already did that. Okay, I already did that. Who else do we have? I think that's everybody. All right, no doubt. All right, family. So we'll talk soon, man. Thank you so much. This is your brother, Chief Kalinago, Flying Eagle. I will talk to you guys a little later. I love you. Take care.